to introduce speakers.
Thank you so much, MC. Good morning, everyone. It's truly a pleasure to be here. My job at the World Economic Forum is to work with companies to understand what is their investment experience, and then to work with governments to help improve that investment experience. We really need to work in both sides of this journey together. I'm very excited here to be at Invest Karnataka Forum because I first learned about this important event over a year ago with the Honorable Minister M.B. Patil in Davos and his delegation, who mentioned what this would take place and how we could support and work together on it. And in fact, we're very excited to be partnering with Invest Karnataka both on this session and in general, as they've decided to become a partner of the World Economic Forum. I think the four themes of the event today are perfectly chosen. The four themes being how to grow an investment that is tech-driven, that is resilient, that is inclusive, and that is green. These are some of the issues that we also work on at the World Economic Forum. We see these as the transformational changes taking place today that countries and companies and states need to seize if they are really to achieve their development goals. We work on these issues as well in Davos and at the World Economic Forum, such as with our Digital FDI initiative, our inclusive trade workstream, sustainable and climate work, and the work we do on geopolitics and investment and how that impacts resiliency. And so we structured the panel today to have four leaders speak about each of these four themes in turn, and we're really excited to hear their insights. But then we'll invite them to react to each other because they may have comments on each other's comments. But we see, in addition to the four themes that I just mentioned, we see a fifth important area that is, shall we say, horizontal. So we have the four themes that are four verticals we need to work on together, and then we have one that's horizontal. And the horizontal one are good practices for investment climate reforms, ease of doing business, that cuts across all of these four areas. And I think a great example of that is the launch of the single window system that Karnataka just launched yesterday, that will cut across each of these four areas. So now let me take a moment to introduce our four distinguished leaders and a little bit about why and how they can share their insights on each of those four areas. Venkat Raju is the Chief Investment Executive Officer and founding partner at TurboStart Global, a fund and accelerator focused on digital startups. He is a serial entrepreneur with 3 successful exits, 2 in the Bay Area and 1 in Bangalore, and has held senior roles at Fortune 500 companies in the US and the UK. Venkat is also an active angel investor and mentor to digital startups and works as an advisor consultant on digital transformation, innovation, and AI adoption. Thanks for being here, Venkat. Nick Guger is a member of the Swiss Parliament since 2017. He previously served as a member of the Cantonal Council of Zurich and of the City Council of Winterthur. When he was elected to Parliament, he was the first MP of Indian origin, as Nick was born in Udupi, Karnataka, and adopted by Swiss parents. So today is a kind of homecoming for him, and we can see he's the bridge builder and ambassador between Karnataka and Switzerland. He has been a key actor to help move forward the India EFTA, European Free Trade Association, Free Trade Agreement. EFTA includes, of course, the countries of Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland. And he has been identified, celebrated as the most influential member of parliament for free trade agreements. Mohit Kuchar is the Chief Marketing Officer and Senior Vice President at KPIT Technologies, where he leads global marketing and communications, with over 23 years of experience in the automotive, engineering, and IT industries. He has held key roles in strategy, product development, and corporate affairs at companies like Bosch, Wipro, and TCS. Mohit holds an engineering degree and an MBA, and is passionate about leveraging technology for cleaner, smarter, and safer transportation. And finally, Priyadarshi Panda is the founder and CEO of International Battery Company, or IBC. IBC is a full-service lithium-ion product company specializing in the design, development, and manufacturing of prismatic form factor cells for niche players in the mobility and storage sectors. Building on one factory in Korea, they are now building a gigafactory in Karnataka. Priyadarshi has a PhD from MIT, and an undergraduate in chemical engineering from IIT Kanpur, with 2 decades of high-tech manufacturing at Intel, Land Research, and Applied Materials. So to help guide and structure the conversation, we have a visual so that you can sort of see the different topics that we're going to tackle one at a time. So this is supposed to capture a little bit the challenges and opportunities of resilient investment. So Venkat, with your wealth of experience, how can we grow resilient investment?
So when we talk about... Good morning. Can you hear me? So when we talk about resilient investments, there are 2 perspectives. One from an investor side of things. How has the global investment climate been? And I'm not talking about just now, but even before all the tariffs and everything has come into play, you know, when we look at the post-COVID turbulence period, and some of the situations, the fear of potential recession, etc., investors have been sitting on their hands. So there is no lack of capital to invest, but they were looking in a very uncertain world, which has been amplified now with tariffs, and some people talk about the Cold War #2, etc. There's a lot of angst and anxiety on the part of investors. Although they have the money, they are just thinking about, where do I invest, which sector, where? And geopolitics is a major factor in that. We are now talking at a global level. There is like this China +1 strategy people talk about, resiliency for manufacturing and supply chain. Easier said than done. Some people said, okay, Mexico is going to benefit because it is near shore, but then the tariff has come and hit them as well. So that means globally there are both challenges and opportunities. And this is something that any government or any region looking to attract investors have to really understand, that investors do have the option to pick and choose where they want to go. And are we creating a conducive climate, an environment where there is transparency, there is like continuity, there is stability for their investments to flourish? And that is a perspective that has to be kept in mind. Now let's come to the government side. Let me be very specific, Karnataka government here. And now Karnataka has to, at a local level, compete heavily with the neighboring states. Andhra, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, they are equally aggressive with a wealth of skilled force, etc. So for me, the word resiliency, when you look at it from a Karnataka perspective, it is diversity. Diversity is the key word here. Diversity of sectors. Bangalore is well known for IT and IT-enabled services, but today we have the Aero Show going on. Bangalore is also well known for its space tech, aero industry, defense industry, biotech, and I think the diversity across sectors is very, very critical. And when I talk about across sectors, so take green sector. We have some experts who will talk more on green, but for me, when I look at a sector like green, that means, is it EV, is it solar, is it wind, or a combination, or more, or even within EV, is it just lithium only, or are we thinking about new materials? I think that kind of diversity has to be thought through when we are looking at attracting capital. Second is diversity by stage. Karnataka has done a fantastic job in terms of attracting the so-called GCCs, these global capability centers of large multinational corporations. More they can take GCCs with R&D capabilities. I think it will add value to the ecosystem, in turn powering the startup and innovation ecosystem. So we are now talking about diversity across a stage of multinational corporations all the way to startups. Think about that. Similarly, think about diversity from a regional perspective. It is not just all Bangalore, but make sure every region of Karnataka is going to benefit, and what are the right kind of sectors, what industries, where capital has to go for which region is very, very important. Now, again, let me come to the diversity of funding or capital sourcing. So that could be either Europe, North America, Japan, Middle East, and which sectors to which investors from which region. So if you really think about resiliency from a diversity perspective, sector, stage, funding source, and so on and so forth, I think will be well served. So that way, when some problems happens in one sector, one region, we are well mitigated against such risks.
Thank you, Venkat. Perfectly said, because actually on the panel we have examples of how Karnataka can diversify through expanding into lithium batteries, which you mentioned, or maybe new sources of funding that, from Switzerland that Nick represents. So maybe we can hear their thoughts on that diversity of funding sources and of sectors, as you said. Thank you. You also mentioned Karnataka, of course, is very well known for its IT sector. So let me turn to Mohit. Mohit, you've worked a lot in the area of advanced tech, deep tech, and of course Karnataka wants to keep its edge in this sector of IT. What's the secret to growing tech-driven investment?
Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, thanks for having me on the panel. I'd like to first start with saying that the story has been good so far. So while the story has been good, and I will share with some data and build on what Venkat said, it can not just be better, it can be superb. Okay, and I think the thing which needs to change is first the mindset. Now, when I say the story is good, Venkat talked about the tech industry. The tech industry has done around maybe $250 billion kind of revenue, the IT industry so far. And if you see the evolution of that IT industry of $250 billion, you had from the early 90s what you call the earlier IT automation kind of roles. You heard about BPO, BPM kind of things. Then a lot of things which went in processes. In the early 2000, the work started a little bit on deep tech, or in 2007, a word called ER&D, Engineering, Research and Design, came to be part of the IT industry. That part is all about deep tech, which is going to be important. In 2007, I was part of that discussion when we said, can that industry in 2020 be $20 billion? It crossed $20 billion. And now we are around maybe $50, $60 billion. So out of that 250, 60 is the deep tech part, which is the ER&D part. So story is good. The story is also good because Venkat mentioned about GCCs. We have around 1,700 GCCs. Now these GCCs are not just capability centers, they are becoming global centers of excellence. What that means is that's where the FDI is really coming in, because they're building. And why they're building, I'll come to a little later, because they're not just building for the talent, they're also because India is a great market. It's a domestic market which can be leveraged. So while the story has been good, now here the other data part. This industry, which has been around $60 billion, the spend, the R&D spend currently in 2023 was $1.3 trillion. By 2030, it will be triple the size. Now, if we have grabbed just 60 billion out of it, what can you do to grab that part? Now, but the $60 billion is just minuscule compared to, which is the deep tech part. And I will come later to now the challenges. Now, another data point was extremely important. While the opportunity is there, the global 2,000 R&D spenders, only 1/3 have a presence in India. So that's another opportunity. So while you have enormous opportunities in GCCs, the R&D spending, the secret sauce will lie in two simple words: talent and infrastructure. Because you will need ease of business, you'll need many other things, but the talent mix which has contributed to the IT industry will no longer hold true. The quality of talent which is going to be required is of a different kind. You need data scientists, materials scientists, you need cybersecurity specialists. So that mix has to drastically change. The infrastructure mix has to drastically change. I'd also like to add on the mindset part what Venkat mentioned. The mindset has to also change by not just looking at neighboring states, but to look at China or the Silicon Valley, right? And when we look at that, and when we look to say what we need to do in terms of talent or infrastructure or building ease of business, speed is going to be the most critical part. With that, I'll end now and maybe contribute later.
Thank you, Mohit. So ladies and gentlemen, you heard it first here. We need to go from tech to deep tech and GCCs to GCEs, with excellence being the new one. And talent, infrastructure, and speed are the names of the games. Let's turn now to Nick. Nick, you have been really instrumental in growing the opportunities provided by the new EFTA free trade agreement with India. You're the ambassador, and we really want the audience to know all the opportunities that could come about from that. But not just any opportunities, especially with a lens to growing inclusive investment, because you care very much about the social dimension, the social good, because of your background, your political career, and the committees you work on in Parliament, which have to do a lot with the social welfare of the community. Over to you, Nick, to guide us in how you think the EFTA can open doors and this can lead to inclusive investment.
Namaskaram. Good morning, everybody. Please hire me. I'm looking for a job. You gave me the stage. I'm very grateful to Alok, to Matthew, to you all, that we can share a few thoughts in the next 4 or 5 minutes. But I would like to start where I was in the last 30 hours back. Please, you can start with the video.
So we have a short video. Before I give the floor back to Nick, I just want to say this is one of the most hardworking politicians I know. He just landed at 3:30 in the morning, slept for 2 hours, and made a special effort to be here. So thank you so much, Nick, for all your efforts.
Thank you, Matthew. I have a dream. You know this quote. Second dream, I want to move mountains. I'm now 55 years old. I'm born in Udupi. I'm more than 50 years now in Switzerland. I'm the first Indian native in the Swiss parliament. You saw in my back the Lok Sabha. From the Lok Sabha, I run to the university, Northwestern University. I welcome all students or young people here in the venue. There I had a speech. The title was Moving Mountains and Empower the Youth. You know, I'm a policymaker. I'm more than 20, yeah, you can go. Well, I'm now more than 25 years in politics. And as a politician, you have to listen to me the next 2 hours. I'm sorry for that. Joke. No, I want to be precise with you. Did you know India have the youngest population? Why I say that? That's a resource which we not have in Switzerland. As a policymaker, I had the dream 8 years back for a free trade agreement between Switzerland and India. Everybody was laughing about me. Said, yeah, dream on. I said, no. I believe it can happen. Now we went through the Rajya Sabha, 41 votes against 0. Now this spring session, I am the speaker in Lok Sabha, in the council, in the Swiss parliament for the Rajya Sabha. And crossed fingers, I have again a dream. I want more than 100 votes for the free trade agreement. So that you understand, this is the big potential. If we are through, we can start end of this year to negotiate. But it's time to market now. That's why I came. Karnataka is a state who has huge potential. I don't quote two speakers before. They said it very clear. So you all maybe have also a dream. And for that, we have to come together. And what is most needed? First, a relation. So Alok is here, Anand is here, Harish is here. There are many people which I know since many years. There we started a relation to empower you from the Indian perspective. It's not a one way, it's a both way. You also have to look over with who you want to make a partnership. So to start with a relation is the most important, to find the right partner. Second is to build trust. Thank you for your trust that you came, that you are listening to my thoughts. And the third thing is to build a community, the community building. So with that, I would like to stop because I said I'm a politician, that I don't bore you for the next 2 hours.
Nick, you don't bore us at all. In fact, I was looking at the audience and all the smiles when you were speaking in your video. So thank you for making the audience happy already. And please come in many times to share your insights from your deep experience. But we do want to get Priyadarshi Panda into the conversation. Before I give him the floor, let me just mention that KPIT is invested in Switzerland. So we really want to talk about these win-win, two-way opportunities. India to Switzerland, Switzerland to India, the job creation, the technology transfer, the partnerships, the trust building, the relationships that we can facilitate here today, both in this session and throughout the course of Invest Karnataka. Priyadarshi. So, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, in case it wasn't obvious, each of these images is supposed to capture one of the themes. Sometimes I forget to push it in time. I'll try to do a better job. But now I've remembered. Green investment. We all know it's important. We all want it. How do we make it happen?
So first of all, Priyadarshi Panda, thanks Matthew for having me here, and thanks to all of you for coming. We were a little concerned. The audience seemed a little thin, but then people started pouring in. So thanks a lot for attending this session. Long story short, I was a very late addition to this group. So thanks to Matthew for recognizing what we are building. Now when you talk about green, it's driven by sustainable change. We all know that there is one planet Earth, in spite of what Elon would want you to believe that there's going to be life in Mars and other places, maybe at some point. I'm a big Elon believer, but we have one planet Earth today. We need to protect planet Earth. Now when you look at the green sustainable method of development, that is needed today. So it's a today's problem. It cannot be solved in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, because I live in California, thankfully in north of California. But you guys know the devastating fires that happened in LA, in SoCal. And when these things happen, it cuts across, celebrities. It doesn't care. Nature doesn't care for, status. Nature doesn't care for, where you're coming from. It impacts everyone. Similarly, you look at the air quality in India, and it's a controversial topic, but, I grew up as a kid in Bombay and Delhi, was asthmatic, so from a personal experience, I would have liked to have a, better air quality, but then there's no conflict between, developmental pace, and how do you kind of, make sure that you don't damage the environment, and that is where green, sustainable method of development becomes important. Because you can have development, you can grow very fast, you can still get the GDPs, yet do it in a green manner. Now, when you look at the green transition or sustainable green, renewable transition that's happening, it's happening globally, simultaneously. It's happening in the US, happening in Europe, we have participation, and it's happening in India. And from an India perspective, very relevant, it's happening in Karnataka in a very, very big form. This is coming from the discussions we have had from Mahindra ji, Jindal ji. Yesterday they announced publicly thousands and thousands of crores of investment going into solar and wind. Now solar and wind is renewable energy, it is sustainable energy, energy is needed to grow, to develop. Now from an investment perspective, when you look at the green sustainable transition, there's a lot of investment that the Adanis, the Reliances, even smaller mid-tier Indian companies are making in the OEM or the end product part of it, which is solar, wind, hydro, etc., etc. But to truly be able to champion green investment, the entire value chain, which is storage. How do you get the lithium ion cells, sodium ion cells? There was a question there. You have to support building of the storage systems. Then you move one step above in the value chain. You have to figure out how do you build the lithium ion or sodium ion or any other kind of cells. Then you move one step above the value chain. You have to understand how do I get the components for making that lithium ion cell? How do you get the components for making that sodium ion cell? So that is where I do believe that there is a lot of collaboration opportunity. That is where a lot of green investment, which is not very obvious, can happen. Now, some of that investment is going to happen from government bodies. For example, Karnataka has the ESDM policy. It's the energy policy. It allows semiconductor and for, lithium ion cells, a lot of incentives from the government. Similarly, the Indian government at the federal level is doing PLI. So that is the public part of it, and maybe Nick is a better person to talk about the public part of it, but I'll share my 2 cents since I have the mic in my hand. But beyond the public part, there is the corporate part of it. And the corporate part of it, that corporate investment is already being shown in terms of strategic investments in the value chain. But corporate capital is limited. They have already devoted thousands and thousands of crores into the downstream and impact products. So corporate funding and government can be the opportunity for private investors, such as, Mr. Venkat, I'm looking at you. And then, of course, Matthew, Switzerland, Europe. Europe has been a big supporter. A lot of funds in Europe are for, developing countries, are for enabling manufacturing, are for enabling green transition. So that is where I do believe that private investments in India and abroad, particularly from Europe, could help that end-to-end localization of the full supply chain. Now, when you kind of make that investment, of course, just 1 minute, to Mr. Venkat, you have to think about basically, look at the ROI, etc., return, pattern. And that is where you have to understand that green investments, you have to be patient. These are patient investments. These are long-term investments. These are capital-heavy investments. You have to invest a lot of money. You have to build the factory. You have to stabilize the factory. You have to then supply the product. So that is where 2 things needed for green investment: capital heavy, so large, but even beyond project financing, other kind of investments will help. Large checks help. Second, being patient investors, and not, in a very VC setting where you are chasing, like you have to show every, 3 months that your portfolio, value has increased. That is not going to suffice, basically. You have to go for long-term investments to support the category. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Priyadarshi. And I think the green transition is creating tons of opportunities for investment. And you spoke to a few things that actually link all the panelists. And now we'd like to invite them to react to each other's comments, because Switzerland is quite a leader in clean technologies. So there could be opportunities there. Or, creating diversity in the supply chains and of batteries from different markets creates resilience, right? You're not dependent on one source. So let me invite my panelists briefly, if they want to react to each other's thoughts and build on each other's thoughts. Open floor. Just signal if you'd like to make a comment. And please invite you to be brief so we can bring the audience into the conversation.
I'll start. I'd like to add on to what Venkat said, which was very pertinent about diversity. But there are paradoxes in life. And I feel while diversity is also there is also convergence which is happening, which we should take care of. And the convergence is in industries, and the convergence is across sectors and across the value chain. So how to make optimal use of it is also going to be important from a strategy thinking. And when I say convergence, let me give an example of the industry where KPIT is part of, which is the automotive and mobility industry. So if you look at the mobility industry, extremely dependent, interlinked with the energy industry, extremely dependent, interlinked with the semicon industry, extremely dependent with the telecom industry, because it's not just within the car or within the truck, it's outside how you're connected to. And these dots are also getting connected, and there lies a lot of potential there. So this clustering and convergence is something I think we should also look at. And there's also convergence of a value chain. When I say value chain, again look at the mobility industry. Earlier you had a car maker, an OEM, you had a tier one, and then you had ancillary suppliers. Now a car is software. It's called a software-defined vehicle. The term software-defined vehicle has come into play. More than 60% content of a car is software. That's happening for across industries, whether it's medical device and all of that. So suddenly software and tech has come in, that whole value chain has gone in different ways, and semicon is playing a bigger role. So how do you use that as an opportunity is something we should also look at.
Great point. I mean, I was talking about diversity, 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 but when you really go into the deep tech side of things, in my opinion, a deep tech is a convergence of multiple technologies coming together to create something significant, transformational, if you will. I can think of, for example, I'm connected to a quantum computing company that is combining quantum technologies with AI focused on, let's say, solutions for logistics, or applying AI and material science to create something very, very real in terms of sustainability and so on and so forth. So the examples are on and on. And from a Karnataka perspective, I think we have the ecosystem, like we have a research institution like Indian Institute of Science, we do have ISRO leading the space tech charge, if you will, and biotech. So the point is to think about this holistically, saying, what can Karnataka offer a potential new investor capital, saying, we are bringing this multidisciplinary capabilities at an ecosystem level and to create transformational capabilities that very few others could do is something to be kept in mind.
Super. Thank you, gentlemen. Nick, I don't know if you want to jump in here. You have lots of goodies you brought on the table too, or is that for later?
No, it's good. We will do a real example. Huh? So, Matthew said, I have here some goodies. One goodie, Venkat mentioned, AI and also quantum computing. I brought you an idea, only as an example, and my good friend Anand is also here. He's an IT specialist, I'm only a policymaker. Measure, manage, and protect your cyberspace. Did you know how much paid the insurance for earthquakes and other damages per year all over the world? The damage is only 120 billion. How much damages made the deep fake AI world? How much paid the insurance?
More.
Perfect, my dear Matthew. 5 trillion.
My God.
Can you imagine? 5 trillion. So I brought you here something about PSYOPs, cyber radar. Karnataka is a defense hub. Telangana also is an IT hub. I brought you another example. Blaser is a surname in Switzerland, a very known. Blaser, Swiss Lube. Did anybody knows the Blaser Swiss Lube here? Nobody, but they were very brave hearts more than 10 years ago. They came to India to start, and now I'm coming back to my first quote. Try to start. For my panelists, I brought some sugus, take one. Because now you understand, life is sweet, but life is also sometimes bitter. So if you start a business, never expect you will be the high flyer. Most important. Second is, coming back to the trust, you must invest in each other. That's why I say, it's not only that Switzerland come to India, India comes also to Switzerland. That's why I took the slogan, together we move the mountains. And with that, I conclude, I have therefore the finish something special, you know it, but we
come
don't
back
use
to
it
you.
right now.
We'll come back to you, Nick. I think, thank you, Nick, and thank you for making this real, because investment is not just an idea. It's actually doing real stuff and building partnerships and prosperity, and these are some examples of investment projects and partnerships that can lead to India, Switzerland prosperity, to be continued. So, ladies and gentlemen, the title of this session is 5 Areas to Help Achieve Karnataka Vision 2030, Reimagining Investments for Growth. We've talked about 4: resilience, tech-driven, inclusive, green. But as I mentioned, there's a horizontal cross-cutting one, which Karnataka is already demonstrating its leadership through the single window system launched yesterday. And that's sort of good practice, investment facilitation, ease of doing business reforms. That's what this image is supposed to capture, making it easier for deals to happen. I'd like to very briefly invite my panelists to maybe, in just a few words, share what they think would be a good practice investment facilitation measure that Karnataka could adopt to keep being on the front lines of good practice. It's not enough to have a good investment climate today. We have to keep maintaining it. And then after they each share their thoughts, I'm going to open it up to the audience. So please think of your questions so you can ask very difficult questions to the panelists, not to me, since I don't have to answer. All right.
Okay. So if I may, it's highly commendable, and I congratulate the Karnataka government coming up with this. But this is not something new. Several other governments, countries have done this single window clearance. For me, single window is not at the time of investment, not at the time of just clearance. It is absolutely needed, but not sufficient. I think it should be ongoing. It should be continuous support, if you will, so that it is like classic case of you're doing an enterprise understanding agreement, then you're looking for upselling, cross-selling. So the government should approach in terms of saying, now that I received the capital, single clearance, etc., where else can I attract more capital? How can I increase it is something to be thought through. So the key word here is aftercare. Aftercare post the single window clearance, and how effectively are you doing it on a continuous basis, all the way for increasing the capital from the same investors. But God forbid, for whatever reason, if they choose to leave, I think it is also very important how you handle them, and that is absolutely critical. The parallel I'll draw is like a large employer, how the employer treats an employee at the time of exit. I think it is not necessarily to buying goodwill, but it is a signal back to the rest of the employees as to what kind of place this is. And I think it's very important, single window clearance, continuous engagement, all the way. Unfortunately, if an exit happens, how well you treat them is something to be borne in mind.
And exits aren't such a bad thing. Maybe people can come back. And
correct.
In fact,
and they do come back.
They do come back.
Based on how you treat them.
Yeah.
Yes.
And what we always hear when we talk to investors and governments is your reputation matters. You
Absolutely.
treat one badly, the others will not come. You treat one well, the others will come.
Correct.
That's the trust that you were talking about earlier.
Right.
And the partner relationships building. Thank you, Venkat.
So may I add a little bit to what Mr. Venkat had said? So I look at it investments from a startup perspective, a little bit different than the policy side of it. And again, Matthew is here from WEF. So I'm going to kind of relate to an experience I had when I was in Dalian last year as one of the champions in sustainable growth, and had the opportunity to listen to the Prime Minister of Vietnam. And one of the questions that he was asked was exactly what Matthew just asked. There's 2 parts to investment. How do you get investment? And how do you continue that trust so that you can have repeat investments? It's not only about, one time, one and done kind of approach. And what he mentioned, I think is very relevant for India as well. He was like, hey, there's all this AI, all this talk going about, and mostly when people talk about AI, they are talking about generative AI. They're talking about B2C. There are other kinds of AI which Mr. Venkat had, pointed out. It's called molecular AI, where you determine, reduce your design of experiments by doing AI to figure out how do I, instead of doing 1 million experiments, do maybe 5 experiments to get to my end goal in terms of making the product. So that's called molecular AI. Pharmaceutical uses it. We use it extensively in, battery chemistry and battery design, lithium-ion cell design. Similarly, there is physical AI. Physical AI is asset-based AI. Automotive, ADAS and all, autonomous driving, that's all part of physical AI. Equipment space is becoming smart, that is physical AI. Assets are talking to you. You have a Nest, you have an Amazon, you say, hey Siri, that is a physical AI basically, because it's responding, collecting data, understanding user patterns and making your life easier, hopefully. Sometimes it doesn't, basically it's frustrating, but mostly. Now, what you mentioned was that we are not a rich country. Vietnam doesn't have the same kind of resources that a Europe or an America has. America and Europe is investing extensively into AI, basically. But how do we still not lose leadership in AI? 2 things. One is we can fund startups, so small funds, basically. It doesn't require a lot of money, but it creates a pipeline of innovation. So that in the future, investors know that this country is truly going to set startups and innovators into getting into the next stage where large investments can support them. So you have to create the pipeline. Otherwise, what are you going to reinvest into? So pipeline creation, small funds to support startup is an excellent way to basically show 2 things. A, we are really committed to innovation. B, we are really committed to housing the best founders, the best people, tomorrow's leaders into building something for the future where you can reinvest. Because investors also don't want to have to go through the same rule book again and again, right? You can count on your past, due diligence. The second part that, he mentioned is that, when it comes to large investments, sometimes we, as the government, we can help you. We can give you the land because that's under our control. We can reduce, taxes for your electricity, prices for your electricity. We can give you subsidies from a utility perspective. We can enable things that the government can. But direct cash is a very tricky thing because there could be litigation, other things that could happen, and it's like it takes a lot of due diligence, etc., etc. So that is where one of the things that at least he mentioned, I'm kind of, borrowing from him, is that we identify the buckets of capital in corporate America, or corporate India, sorry, think of America, but we then make sure we kind of enable the partnership between corporates who have a strategic interest, between funds and promising growth stories. So that basically, if the government goes and, kind of goes and talks to you, like, if Mr. Patil goes and talks to a corporate, be like, hey, go, work with this company. We have a lot of, we see like a bright 20-year future. Then that's a powerful message because investors also want that confidence that the government truly believes and will continue to support that startup or, those organizations. So that's where I truly think those are 2 ways where you could really get repeat investment. And
Thanks, Priyadarshi. In fact, at the World Economic Forum, we're trying to support exactly what you're saying, leveraging AI to make better investment decisions. We have an initiative called AI Squared, using AI to accelerate investment, AI for AI, precisely because we can match capital to startups better using AI tools. It makes a lot of sense. As you said, find the pipeline of startups, find the buckets of capital, and use AI to match them more effectively, faster.
Some of us are already doing that at a fund level, but this has to be amplified across the system.
Can you tell us more, or is it secret?
No secret here. Like, clearly, sourcing and deal flow is absolutely critical. How you are able to unearth some opportunities before the other investor gets hold of it.
I think I want to talk to you afterwards when everybody isn't listening. No, just joking.
Just wanted to add to what Priyadarshi was saying in terms of data points. So we have around 1 lakh startups in the country, but only 3,500 are deep tech. So what he said was so true. Now, if that number has to be seeded in, what do you do about it? Matthew, I just want to add one more point, which I think is going to be important for Karnataka. This discussion, what we are talking, and since I'm a marketing guy, it also needs to be branded better. What is the narrative? What is the narrative which is going out, not here, but out to the world? And from a back office of the world to the brain or heart of the world. And that narrative has to be woven not just in Bangalore and these forums, but where you want the investment from. So I think that's also an important consideration we should look at while doing all of this.
Thank you, Mohit. I want to invite my audience to start to think about questions. If you have a question, perhaps raise your hand so that our colleagues with microphones can come to you. So just give me a signal. Otherwise, I'll start to call on audience members. No, I won't do that. Nick, do you want to come in here in terms of what you've seen in terms of good practices for investment facilitation, business, ease of doing business?
Yes, I would like to make an example again as a storyteller. I brought you here a small box. Inside is a small screwdriver. This screwdriver looks very boring, isn't it? Very simple. But for all investors that you know, and that's now the most small or short limelight which I can bring you. Swiss companies, and maybe you agree, are a little bit afraid to come to India. That's most important that you know that. This PB Swiss Tools is keen to come to India. There is a big market. This piece costs 4,000 rupees, 4,000 to 5,000. In this piece, you can open it. I would like to bring to my good friend Alok a Swiss knife. I couldn't travel with Swiss knives through the 3 countries, but with this tool I could.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Because herein are 10 tools. I open it. To fix your computer, the screw. I made a test. I had in my hand luggage 4 of these items. And I thought in the first police control they take 1, in the second 2, and here I will be with 0. But I came here with 4. This is a small gift to my dear friend Alok. Thank you, Alok, because with that I will conclude that you have enough time to bring your questions on stage. This company want to start in India. High precision. But now we have to make the fine-tuning. That's the most important. The fine-tuning, how we can each other collaborate. Because I tell you, it looks very simple. But this has a huge value. It has more value than a Swiss Army knife. And with that, I would like to conclude on a practical side. Nothing is too small to start. I have a dream. Maybe you know KPR from Tamil Nadu. Company not quantum computing, it's a textile company. It came in my mind. I want to start my own brand, textile. Others have an idea, I want to start my own AI company or quantum computing company. So don't stop to dream. And Alok, I will hand over this because it's branded with DreamLab. I started with DreamLab and I will conclude, live your dream. If you don't live your dream, then stay at home. Thank you.
And
well put. Smaller they are, more valuable they are. I know because one of the most promising startups in our portfolio is a nanorobotics company that's going into the bloodstream to do some amazing stuff. So, yes.
So this high-tech screwdriver is a symbol of the technological and engineering cooperation between companies that can take place between India and Switzerland. Of course, both are strong, but they're strong in different ways. And it's cool that Nick was able to show a piece of hardware, but in fact, there are things we cannot see, but cooperation that take place, such as on software or on the nano level, which we couldn't show visually in the same way, but it's taking place in just the same way. in on another dimension, shall we say, the software dimension.
Sorry, Matthew, just wanted to add to one of the things I think we did not address. One of the points that came up, the point of trust. So, and that's where I think all of us, our expertise, the kind of, can help build that trust. So spoken to a lot of companies in the Silicon Valley, a lot of large corporations, they see the Indian market. I mean, it's undeniable. Large population, large market. The key thing that they keep asking is, can we truly trust India with our investment? Can we truly replicate what we have built in the US, in India, and truly monetize it? So that is where I think, that trust is very important. And if we could market better, he's a marketing guy. So if we could market India better by giving, relevant examples. For I am not a marketing guy, but I keep talking about Foxconn. Foxconn today is building every kind of Apple product out of India, not just iPhones. They have now diversified to the Macs, to the iPods, the iWatches. So it can be done in India. Foxconn is building in Karnataka a facility that is the largest global facility of Foxconn in India. So that example, real life example helps. So being able to come up with that marketing and messaging is key. Second thing is, policy. At the policy level, thanks to Nick, Switzerland has that, free trade agreement. If we could do something, I'm talking from the America perspective, if Trump, Mr. Trump and, our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, they seem to be good friends. If they can come up with something that will give a lot of investment and, expansion, confidence of policy level, we need to do it. And last but not the least, they always, they want to know who would be Indian investors. If we are building in India, the US has a huge investment support system. They know that they can go to the Brookfields of US. Who is going to be that Brookfield of India who's going to support us in our expansion in India? Can it be banks? What kind of debt we can do? How do we source debt to equity? So that, to Venkat sir, basically, investment side, all of these need to come together. Policy side, marketing to truly build that confidence, and investment side that our investors in India are willing to put their money where their mouth is. That combination will address the trust issue of, why should I expand in India? Will I be able to successfully expand in India? That we have to smoothen that, that thought process. That trust issue needs to be, addressed.
Thank you.
Mind. So, yeah.
Would anybody from the audience like to make a question or comment, please? Oh, I see the lady in the striped shirt. Thank you. And in fact, we'll collect, if there's more than one, we'll collect them all at once. So if that gentleman, okay, this is great. Okay. The lady, please.
I have a question. We talk so much about AI and everything, but AI in general is very high energy consumption, be it Bitcoin mining. Okay,
it's about AI, please.
Okay, so we talk about AI, but AI in general consumes a lot of energy when we talk about Bitcoin mining and all that. Do you foresee a future where AI and sustainability go together? So,
can you repeat the last few words, ma'am?
AI and sustainability going
AI
together.
and sustainability go together. Excellent question. But no, please don't answer yet because we're going to gather. Okay. I know you're excited. It's a great question. I saw many other hands, but now they've disappeared. The gentleman, please.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. So this
Keep it closer.
This is refers to the sustainability and green manufacturing, what our delegates have told, right? This question is to him only to address this question. How Karnataka is driving ahead to make the sustainable manufacturing and green manufacturing? Is there any long-term planning? Is there any timeline for carbon footprint for setting up the industries? I would like to know on this. Because there is deadline for the government of India to come to the carbon footprints. So what is the Karnataka initiative in this direction as you are looking for sustainable manufacturing and green chemistry or green manufacturing?
Thank you, sir. On sustainable manufacturing, the gentleman.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I have a question on the sustainable product, manufacturing the sustainable product, okay, using the green energy. So we already know that there is more than 30% market share by the Chinese product all over the world. So how the India will survive in this competitive market using renewable energy product made by the renewable energy systems? Because renewable energy will enhance the cost of the product. And so production cost will be high, then how we will sustain in the competitive market like China? Because China is making the i16 phone just in $10. So much less cost, production cost by the China. Is India capable of doing this? And if yes, then what is the near future? How we can do that?
Thank you very much. Those were three excellent questions. This gentleman, and then we'll come to the panelist.
So it's really an honor asking this question. So like here we talk about the green sustainability and other options which the government is interested. So let's talk about the EV vehicles. The government is currently promoting the EV vehicles, but as we know, the Indian government has pledged to be zero net carbon footprint by 2070. And as we know, the production of EV vehicles requires some minerals like lithium and cobalt mining, which is not sustainable, talking about in terms of productions. And also a lot of energy is consumed. So is there a sustainable approach, like how can we deal with this and gain, let's say we achieve our target of net zero carbon emission by 2070, at the same time maintaining the EV vehicles, or is there any alternate approach? It's my question.
Okay, that gentleman seems really keen to make a comment. And then I'm going to invite the panelists from my left all the way down to react quickly, each one in turn, and react to whatever speaks to you, but also share with us very briefly any final thought. Thanks.
Hi. Is skilling one of the areas of focus, considering all the investment that happens, considering all the growth areas that every industry, every government is looking at? Is skilling one of the areas, skilling, reskilling, upskilling? Is that one of the focus areas, and how do we address that piece?
Thank you. So I'm just going to summarize the themes: AI and sustainability, sustainable manufacturing, the challenge of the cost of renewable energy in production and how that could be a competitive challenge, critical minerals. Gentlemen, Venkat, thoughts?
So I'll go with the last question on skilling. Absolutely required to attract the right kind of capital coming in. We can have all the greatest of the research institutions, the GCCs, etc. But for people to put together their factories and other things, especially with advanced capabilities, AI, etc., skilling, reskilling, training is absolutely critical. And I think the government has taken steps towards that. Quick comment on the lady's question and then the sustainable question on agriculture and sustainable products. So imagine the pollution problem in Delhi, North India mostly. It is an opportunity where I think utilization of farm waste, farm produce back to creating new products, sustainable products is an opportunity. It's for the taking, and combination of AI and AI applicability in terms of identifying new materials for better energy management, etc. I mean, the field is wide open for people to pursue these opportunities.
Thanks, Venkat. Nick, quick thoughts.
Okay, quick. I start with the latest question. AI and sustainability. I start with another word, ethics. It's all a question of ethics. We doesn't discuss about our ethics, especially in the AI sector. And for the sustainable sector, I would mention AI can support us. And I conclude with a small, it's not a small company, with a company from Switzerland and America who started a 300 million or 600 million store called digital realty, real estate. And you are also in the real estate. Kind of. Huh? Yeah. And with that I conclude, because how we can use also the heating which the computer makes. So with that I conclude.
Thanks, Nick. Mohit.
Yeah, I think 30 seconds, so I'll take 10, he can take the rest. I think one answer to all of this is technology can solve, but taking cue from Nick, responsible tech can do a lot of things in most of the questions which you asked about, in fact, making it better, sustainable and all of that. And I think he can give a much more technical answer to that. And the only point I would like to make is we should not look at it only like e-vehicles. You should look at different technologies are coming, including hydrogen. What is that mix of technology addressing certain segments which will help? Because long haul trucking, maybe you don't require, right? So I think we have to look at it from that perspective.
And I'll also be very quick, we have run out of time. But the answer to this is, all your questions are interconnected. AI, can AI and, sustainable development happen together? Can manufacturing be aided by AI? Can, manufacturing be cost competitive? Can we, do all of this? The answer to all the questions is yes, basically. Yes, this can be done together. All of these different things just make us efficient, just make us better. For example, AI, molecular AI I was talking about, it makes sure that your product design is excellent. You don't do wasteful experiments because you have to reduce waste. Sustainable development is reduction of waste, basically. So you minimize the DOE, design of experiments. Yes, molecular AI helps with that. Similarly, when you start looking at physical AI tells you how to increase the lifetime of your product. Again, less waste. If a product can last longer, then you can use it longer and you don't, discard it. So also less waste. One question I want to particularly address is cost competitiveness. Yes, cost competitiveness can happen in India. We can do it. But that's why we need products designed for India. What has worked in Europe by the voice of the European customer or, US customer, where they care about range anxiety, but don't care about cycle life or longevity of the product, is not the right product for India. For India, basically, we are, more accommodating people. If I don't get 120 kilometer, I get 100 kilometer, 90 kilometer range in my EV, I will still take it. But if I can double, triple, quadruple the lifetime of my battery pack in my EV, that makes sure that, even at a slightly higher upfront cost, during usage, basically, it's called total energy output or total cost of ownership. I can still have the minimum total cost of ownership or the maximum energy throughput. Why? I end up maybe with a slightly higher upfront cost, which people don't care about, because at the end of the day, you want to see, what is my full lifetime cost. So that is where I think if we design the product correctly for India, we can do everything. We can be cost competitive. We can, manufacture sustainably. Do not, be against AI. Molecular physical AI is amazing. I have done this for the last 10 years. So those are my final comments, basically. Yeah.
Thank you, Priyadarshi. And thank you to the audience for those 5 excellent questions. I think we started off today asking the panelists, how could we attract more investment that is inclusive, resilient, green, and tech-driven? And what we've learned is actually when you're doing business that is resilient, inclusive, green, or tech-driven, you're going to attract more investment. So it's going to come in both directions. I'd like to thank my audience for the insights today. The title of this session was Reimagining Growth. I think they've left us with growing our imaginations. Especially Nick, thank you for all of the goodies you brought to help us make this real. Thank you to everyone, and have a great day.
1 second. We have to honor our moderator, because he's now my example. I brought him some dream socks. Now that you have good ideas, warm in the night in Switzerland, I hand over to you some Dreamlab socks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I must really say what a fantastic session it was. Let's give a big round of applause for all our dignitaries on dais. Thank you so much for such a wonderful session. I would now like to take the pleasure of requesting Alok Medicare Pura Anil, Advisor, Invest Karnataka Forum, to kindly please join me on stage. Hand over memento to all our dignitaries, starting with our moderator. We would once again like to thank all our dignitaries on stage. Thank you so much for your valuable time and for sharing all the valuable insights, which really made this session wonderful. Well, it would definitely be incomplete if we do not capture a moment together. Alok, I request you to kindly please come forward and capture a moment with all our dignitaries. Well, once again, thank you so much, dignitaries on dais, for your valuable time. And with that, we would like to proceed with our next session in exactly 2 minutes from now. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I kindly request everyone to please take your seats and settle down as we commence with session 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it indeed is our pleasure to commence with the session 2 at Invest Karnataka 2025. Our next session is from the Department of Handloom and Textiles. On the topic, investment opportunities in Karnataka in textile and all allied textile activities. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it indeed is my honor and a pleasure to invite all our dignitaries on stage, starting with C. Ravi Kumar, Joint Director, Textile Policy, Department of Handlooms and Textiles, Government of Karnataka. Let's hear a big round of applause and let's welcome sir on stage. A hearty warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you for gracing the stage with your valuable presence. I now take the pleasure of requesting Srimati K. Jyoti, IAS, Commissioner for Textile Development and Director of Handloom and Textiles, Government of Karnataka, to please join us on stage. A hearty warm welcome to you, ma'am. I also now take the pleasure of requesting Shri Sanjay Arora, Business Director, MS Wazir Advisors Private Limited, to please join us on stage. Extending a hearty warm welcome to Shri Vijay Kumar C., Vice President, MSI DEC Limited, to please join us on stage. I also take the pleasure of requesting Sandy T.S., Director, KPMG India Services, to please join us on stage. Firstly, to all the dignitaries on dais, thank you so much for your valuable time and for gracing the stage with your wonderful presence. As we commence the session, I would now request C. Ravi Kumar to present the welcome speech.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to today's event, Invest Opportunities in Karnataka in Textiles and Apparel Sector. We are delighted to have you join us. Your presence is what makes this gathering truly special, and we are grateful to have you with us. Today's event, Invest Opportunities in Karnataka in Textile and Apparel Sector, will dive into investment opportunity, textile parks and policy. We have a lineup of incredible speakers and plenty of opportunities of networking and collaboration. I take this opportunity to introduce the panelists. First, I welcome on behalf of the Government of Karnataka and the Department of Handloom Textiles, Srimati K. Jyoti Ma'am, Commissioner for Textile Development and Director of Handlooms and Textiles, Government of Karnataka. And I also welcome Shri Sanjay Arora, Business Director, Measures Wazir Advisors Private Limited, and he is also a transaction advisory for PM Mitra Park. I welcome Shri Vijay Kumar, Vice President, Measures IDEC Limited. I welcome Sandy, Director, KPMG. As we embark on today's journey together, I encourage you to make the most of this session to engage with participants and take full advantage of the opportunity to learn and connect. I also welcome the investors across the state, across the country, and across the global, especially the Taiwan investors who are present here in this session. And I request all the investors and new investors to invest in Karnataka. The Karnataka is having a good ecosystem, good infrastructure, good skilled manpower, and good ease of doing business. So it is an opportunity. You come, invest, innovate, and grow. Thank you once again. I also welcome to all my officers, media persons and press persons and other dignitaries. Thank you once again for being here, and I sincerely hope you enjoy what's in store for us today. Thank you all.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank Mr. Ravi Kumar. Thank you so much, sir, for setting the context for this wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the keynote address. I truly extend a heartfelt thanks firstly to Srimati K. Jyoti, IAS. Thank you so much for your valuable time, ma'am. I now request you to please come on the dais and take the keynote address.
Good afternoon, everybody. A warm welcome to industry leaders, investors, and the stakeholders. I'm very happy to announce that the Department of Handloom and Textiles, which is participating in this Invest Karnataka 2025. This event, I really hope, to shape up to be the largest platform for industry collaboration and innovation. Karnataka has a long history of being a state that fosters growth and opportunity, playing a significant role in the success story of India's textile and apparel sector. Karnataka contributes 20% of nation's apparel production. Our state industrial infrastructure is robust, and it continues to evolve, supporting a thriving ecosystem for the growth of the textile and apparel sector. Karnataka, being known as the government capital of India, with more than 2,000 apparel and textile manufacturing units across the state. These units includes integrated mills, garmenting clusters, and also a growing base of technical textile manufacturers, collectively reinforcing Karnataka's strong position in the nation's national textile industry. Major buying houses such as Zara, IKEA, H&M, and many more have chosen the Karnataka as a key sourcing base, a testament to the state's strong industry ecosystem and a high quality production capabilities. Our state's strength lies in the diversity and scale of its industry. With over 6 lakh people employed in the sector, we boast a highly skilled workforce. Karnataka is deeply invested in skill development, with over 1,60,000 personnel trained to meet the industry demands. The state is a home to 10 government training and design centers promoted by NIFT, ADTC, a dedicated fashion technology centers, ensuring a steady pipeline of skilled professionals for the textile and apparel sector. Karnataka is not only a leader in the domestic market, but also a key player globally, contributing 15% of India's garment exports. Sustainability is at the core of the Karnataka's textile vision. The new PM Mitra Kalburgi Park, which is to be established very soon, is being designed for a sustainable sourcing, featuring ready-to-move factory sheds and also workers' dormitories. A 500 acres solar power plant is there, which will provide renewable energy, while special incentives for recycling plants will promote the circular economy practices. The park will also have a solar rooftop lighting on common buildings and solar-powered street lights, ensuring an eco-friendly industrial ecosystem. Strategically located, Gulbarga in Karnataka benefits from proximity to major ports such as Chennai, Bombay, coupled with a well-established road and rail network. This ensures seamless logistics for the business. Karnataka is committed to build a green, future-ready textile hub that aligns with India's vision for the sustainable growth. The Karnataka Textile and Apparel Policy is a cornerstone of our commitment to drive the investments. The policy offers a host of incentives, including capital incentives, interest incentives, and also a power tariff concessions for both the new and expanding units. Moreover, the state has prioritized a plug-and-play infrastructure, developing a world-class textile parks to provide a seamless setup experience for our investors and also manufacturers. We recognize that the diversification into new segments is also key to the sustaining growth, and technical textiles is at the forefront of this transformation. With an investment of over 3,000 crores in the sector till 2024, Karnataka is rapidly emerging as a hub of innovation and advanced textile manufacturing units. Supported by a strong research and development initiatives and dedicated infrastructure, the state is creating a thriving ecosystem for the technical textiles. As we move forward, Karnataka will ensure that every thread spun contributes to the rich history of our nation's progress, driving us closer to the vision of Vikasit Bharat, that is in 2047. The state is committed to sustainable growth, fostering an environment where innovations and sustainability work hand in hand. To our investors and stakeholders, I assure that Karnataka will continue to offer a business-friendly environment, streamlined approval system, and a support innovation. We invite you to join us in the developing textile parks, apparel clusters, and also cutting-edge textile solutions. Karnataka's vision is very clear. We aim to become a global leader in the textile and apparel sector, focusing on a value addition, sustainability, and also export growth. As we continue to build a dynamic and competitive textile ecosystem, we look forward to collaborate with you to create a thriving industry. I thank one and all who is present here for your presence in the Invest Karnataka 2025. As a government representative, I look forward to the valuable discussions and opportunities that will emerge from this platform. Thank you so much. Thank you once and again.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Moving forward, I would now request an audiovisual to be played, having the testimonies from the industry.
Department of Handlooms and Textiles, Government of Karnataka. Unlocking Karnataka's growth potential. Investment opportunities in a progressive ecosystem. One state, many worlds. The state's pleasant climate, cosmopolitan culture, and highly responsive administration make Karnataka an excellent destination for businesses to set up and flourish. The state is home to numerous historical monuments. Karnataka boasts of stunning landscapes, serene backwaters, and pristine beaches, ideal for ecotourism and adventure activities. Karnataka's economic significance. Karnataka is India's third largest economy, with a GDP of $290 billion in 2023-24. The state is known as the garment capital and the startup capital, as well as the Silicon Valley of India, showcasing a thriving ecosystem for both traditional industries and modern businesses.
Dear friend, our government has enforced many business-friendly initiatives and policies. We have implemented the textile policy as on till today, and further we are extending it. in future. Manufacturing in the state. The policies focus on skills and upgradation and financial support to the concessional terms and enabling the waivers, workers and entrepreneurs. We are the second largest employers in the country. Our single window clearance approves in the current reliable and investor friendly infrastructure. I look forward to seeing you expand your presence and secure the business ventures in our state. Come and invest in the Karnataka. Thank you.
Textile industry in Karnataka. The textile industry in Karnataka has a rich history, starting from the British colonial era, when Bellary district became the hub for stitching military uniforms. Today, Karnataka is home to 3.57 lakh spindles of yarn, 1.2 lakh power looms, 40,000 hand looms of fabric. With more than 200 garmenting units producing 4 billion pieces annually. Employment for over 6 lakh people, with a strong focus on women's employment. The state is a key player in India's technical textiles sector, with investments of over 3,000 crores in areas such as build tech, cloth tech, and geotech. Major players include Arvind, Shahi Exports, Gokuldas, Manjushri Spintech, and many more, contributing to a robust manufacturing ecosystem.
Karnataka is one of the fastest growing economies in the entire country, and we boast ourselves of being on the top in the innovative index, having more than 400 global R&D centers already established in the state of Karnataka. The state of Karnataka has been a pioneer on many fronts and has consistently provided an environment which nurtures entrepreneurship and innovation. Our mission is to retain Karnataka as the garment capital of the country and retain the sustainable growth and development in the entire value chain of the textile sector through technological transfer, capital infusion, creating world-class infrastructure, and through the skill upgradation. In the state of Karnataka, we have an exclusive textile policy under which the state of Karnataka gives many subsidies to encourage textile industry to grow here, which includes capital subsidies, interest subsidies, power subsidies, as well as subsidies in the area of environment-friendly infrastructure like effluent treatment plants for such industries. We encourage all the participants to pay visit to Bangalore and explore the opportunities which our state provides, and we would be more than welcome to facilitate you in your visits. We are also boosting ourselves to be the knowledge partner of the Bharat Tex 2025, and I encourage all of you to pay visit to our stalls at the Bharat Mandapam from February 14 to February 17.
Why invest in Karnataka? Karnataka offers several advantages for investors. Ease of doing business. Single portal for all approvals to further accentuate the ease of doing business in the state. Transparent government systems. Supportive and clear mechanisms for investment. World-class infrastructure. Well-developed logistics and utilities. Skilled workforce. A large pool of skilled, semi-skilled and unskilled labor. Established industrial clusters. A strong textile manufacturing presence.
Greetings to all. With respect to Bharat Tex, on behalf of the Government of Karnataka, I want to express that Karnataka government offers lot of advantages for the investors with industrial clusters, transparent government system, ease of doing business, world-class infrastructure, and also the skilled workforce. Our new textile policy 2025-2030 under formulation will be a game changer in attracting investors with a lot of sector-friendly incentives in textile and apparel sector in Karnataka. Our textile department is fully committed in supporting investment and ensuring the companies have all the necessary support during their growth phase.
The state aims to generate new employment opportunities in the next 5 years and attract investment our mission to achieve higher and sustainable growth in the entire textile value chain through capital infusion, technology transfer, world-class infrastructure, and skill upgradation.
Karnataka is our Karma Bhumi, where most of our production happens. Our headquarters being here, bulk of the engineering related activities, sourcing, design, production, etc. also happens out of this state. Why have we been very successful? It is primarily because of the availability of skilled manpower in the state. Karnataka is blessed with abundant and excellent workforce, a very solid group of technical talent, engineering talent that we have in abundance in the state, as well as a very good design and merchandising talent being available here.
Our journey in Karnataka started in the year 1988 with a very small investment consisting of 300 machines and 500 workforce. From 1988 to 2024, we have close to 42 factories in Karnataka employing 90,000 workforce. 70% of them are women workforce. Shahi believes in empowering women workforce and making a difference to their lives. We have been working with Government of Karnataka from the day we entered the state. I have personally been working with the Government of Karnataka for the past 10 years, wherein Shahi has invested, double their investment in the last 10 years. My experience is one of the best in the country. I have worked with other states also, but the experience, the encouragement I get from Government of Karnataka is unparalleled. Whether at the highest level to the entry level, government people really encourage us to contribute and grow in the state.
We have realized that Karnataka government is supportive in setting up the new factories in the states. Accordingly, we have started our investment in Karnataka in 2012. Later on, we realized that Karnataka is having surplus amount of workforce and a quality workforce for sure. This was one of the main reasons we have decided to start the operations in Karnataka state. We have grown exponentially in Karnataka over the last 12 years' time. The government was so supportive and the government officials was very much supportive in setting up the industries, and whenever we are approaching them with any issues, they consider that it is their own problems and helped us in all the ways, which we cannot forget it.
Karnataka Handloom and Textile Department has most industry-friendly policies with subsidies of capital investment, power and interest, which supports us in a big way to meet the challenges of high investments and faster turnaround to be a profitable company. Our subsidies have been processed immediately and sanctioned for disbursement with all kinds of support from Textile Department, where everyone is very cooperative and have a single aim of generating employment and support to the industry for contributing to the industrialization of the state.
In our journey of growth, the government of Karnataka has played a very significant role by providing land parcel with a very good infrastructure and very supportive. The ease of doing business in Karnataka has accelerated the growth of our industry. The government policy has been very supportive and encouraging. We understand that the government is renewing the policy for another 5 years with more incentive schemes, which we hope will be very useful for our industry in future. We express our gratitude to Kannada government for all the continued support being extended to the garment industry in the state. Thank you.
So we've been invested in Karnataka for the last 43 years, and the decision to put up our first unit in Karnataka has been a truly rewarding decision that we've made. The senior government officials in Karnataka are extremely accessible, right from the commissioner. Right, when we need an appointment with them, it is readily available to us. If there are problems that we need their solution for, they're ready to hear us out, and they actually take an interest in our problems and actually help solve those problems. Coming specifically to the Department of Handlooms and Textiles, I've been part of discussions of new policies for the last 3 policies that have come together. Every policy, the discussions have been very, very robust, and there's a lot of attention to the details that we require as industry patrons into the policy documents. Implementation of these policies has also been very good. As a result from the last policy document, we've actually expanded our factory capacity by 25% on the back of just the policy that the department has come out with. The implementation of that policy has been very good. The new discussion for the new policy has also started, and they've been involving us right from the beginning stages, and all our inputs have been taken into consideration when formulating this new policy. There's a real push also by the department for the spinning industry, so we expect good things, and Karnataka government is actually pushing for greater, better investments into the state, and they are really hand-holding us investors in the state.
Karnataka's textile industry has a long and proud history, and we are poised to lead the industry into the future. The upcoming initiatives, like the PM Mitra Kalaburgi Park, along with the support for technical textiles and the global reach of our manufacturers, create an exciting landscape for growth and investment. Join the thriving ecosystem of Karnataka's textile industry. Be part of the growth story. Connect, Commissioner for Textile Development and Director of Handlooms and Textiles.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a big round of applause for the audiovisual. I think it definitely has given us a lot of insights. Moving ahead, I take the pleasure of requesting Shri Sanjay Arora to please join us and quickly present on the PM Mitra Park. A hearty warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you. I sincerely thank Government of Karnataka for inviting me and giving me opportunity to present about the PM Mitra Park. I thank Madam K. Jyoti, Commissioner for Textiles and Development, Director of Handlooms and Textiles, and my other, and Mr. C. Ravi Kumar, Joint Director, Textiles Department. My other colleagues on stage, Mr. Shri Vijay Kumar from IDEC and Sandy from KPMG India. So coming directly to the point, we have been appointed as a transaction advisor and for developing a master planning and developing PM Mitra Park. So I have made a slide presentation where before going to the PM Mitra Park directly, I would like to share some numbers that what is the textile industry, global textile market scape. And everyone is saying that India is going to have a $350 billion market, out of that roughly around $250 billion of domestic market and $100 billion of exports. So for that $350 billion market, by 2030, we need an roughly investment of $100 billion in India in textiles. So I'll touch upon that also. Then for doing that kind of investment, and since India is a growing economy, we need more and more manufacturing. So it's not only on a scattered base, but its manufacturing is required at a large scale. And we have a couple of examples of other countries also where mega textile infrastructures are there. I'll touch upon one case study where we'll show you what kind of mega infrastructures are there globally and what India is trying to build. And in India, Karnataka is also taking part in that building. Of course, about Karnataka, an overview about PM Mitra Park, and then specifically PM Mitra Park in Kalaburgi. So coming to the global market landscape. So if we see that total global textile, apparel and total market is roughly around 1817, which is 1.8 trillion, which is currently growing at a CAGR of 2% and expected to grow at a CAGR of 4%. If we can see the total share of India, India is the fourth largest market with roughly around 108 billion this thing. Coming to the textile trade, if we see textile trade, in 2024, the global textile and apparel trade was estimated to be roughly around $875 billion. And out of that, the largest traded category is garment, because garment is a finished product. So if we can see, and where we are sitting, it is a garment capital of India. So there is a significant opportunity for Karnataka to maintain its position for garments. So the maximum traded category in a textile is a garment, and we are the garment capital of India. So as everyone is saying that Indian total domestic market is roughly around $184 billion. Out of that, our domestic market is $147 billion. Export is at $37 billion. So many of the people are saying that we are not growing in exports, it is a stagnant, our industry is stagnant. No, picture is not correct. We have to look for our domestic market also. Domestic market, we can see the size of our domestic market. It's a $147 billion is a domestic textile and apparel market. So the kind of expansion, the kind of industries coming in India, it's not no. Expansions are happening in India is not only for the exports, it's for the domestic market also. Being a growing economy, being a middle class dominated country, being a young population driven country, we can say, and our domestic economy, domestic textiles market is growing very fast. I'll give you one small example. Earlier, when we used, around 20 years back, we used to have only two types of clothes. We call it in Hindi like ghar ke kapde and bahar ke kapde. Like clothes which you wear inside and the clothes which you wear outside. Now, on an average, let's start from the morning. When you wake up, you wear a track suit or a jogging suit. You want to go to for your jogging or morning walk. Second dress comes your office wear. Third, when you come back, you go for a lounge. You go for some lounge wear or easy wear. Or if it's a party, you dressed up after some time, you wear a evening dress. And then when you go for a sleep, you wear a night wear. So how many clothes do you change in a day? 3 to 5 times minimum. Second thing comes with the rise of this e-commerce. Earlier, either you used to buy garments at the Diwali, Pongal, or any other marriage function. Now, in middle of the night at airport, I am getting message, my daughter has purchased at something, okay, bill is there. So with this app thing, we are shopping continuously, not only continuously, we are shopping 24/7. Whenever every season changes, being in Delhi, so summer and winter, so you have to do that season change. The fashion industry is so matured. Today, what you are wearing, by the next season, that is out of fashion. This year, it is looking very good. Next year, it doesn't look good. So, roti, kapda or makan, the three basic things. So the garment industry is going to grow and grow. So we are fortunate that we are in that industry. Now, what we are posing, what government of India has taken a target, looking at all these things, this $147 billion industry at retail price in domestic will reach to $250 billion of industry by 2030. And similarly, exports, 37 billion will go to 100 billion. Okay, someone may say that we can't touch $100 billion. To certain extent, someone will agree also. But even if we look at only domestic also, from 147 to 250 billion, there is a scope for $100 billion of market, domestic consumption. Are we ready for that? We have to look from our manufacturing point of view. Are we ready for that kind of exponential requirement? It should not happen that we will also become an importer of garment. And we can prove that, yes, investment is happening. Many people will say there are no investment in textiles. No, it's not like that. These are the textile machinery investment. If we see, roughly around in 2021-22, 18,500 crore rupees of investment in machinery only happened. So if we see that production is, say, 10,000 crore rupees, import is of 14,000, around 15,000 crore, export is of 6,000 crore. So net around 18,500 crore rupees of machinery has been bought in India by the local textile players. Yes, import is a long number, it's a big number. It's because certain part of machinery from weaving and processing we don't manufacture in India. But that kind of investment is already happening in India. So now, when we take the target of $350 billion, our economy will touch, our textiles will touch. So we have back calculated thing that how much of investment is required in each of the category. No one will tell you that. Now look at this thing. Spinning, roughly around additional capacity of 23 million plus 8 million in replacement. So total machinery requirement in spinning is roughly around 31 million spindle. Similarly, in weaving is around 85,000 looms, knitting 52,000 machines, garmenting 4.5 million sewing machines. How much you are planning to take of that? You have to think from that. If you are not going to take, someone else will take that share. But that investment is going to come. Now it's all up to, are we ready for that? That is this thing. And for made-ups also, roughly around 0.8 million machines are required. Now, all this investment, it's one thing is there, textile parks are there, scattered factories are there, zones are there, existing zones are there. So if we look at from the government at the national level, not at the state level, national level, Government of India is also promoting a mega structures kind of a thing. So mega structure, mega infrastructure is required to set up these kind of this thing, and to promote that PM Mitra scheme has been formed. We'll come to those slides later on. But to have that kind of investment and to set up a compliant factory, you need a proper location where things can be set up. A promoter should not be busy with the allied services. He should be busy with his production only. The compliance thing and other thing, requirement of the things will be taken care by someone else, like it's a mega infrastructure zone. So if we see, these are some of the internationally mega textile zones are there. They are of various various industries. But if you see that blue dot, I'll take example of Datang Socks City, China. This is a one city in China. It's in Xinjiang province. They are manufacturing only socks. One city manufacturing only socks. Roughly 13.5 billion pair of socks. They says every third socks manufacturer in world comes from that city, one city. Annual employment generation is roughly 1,60,000, and out of 1,60,000, 80% are migrant workers from various zones of China. They have come to that place. Now look at the number of companies. 2,500 companies are manufacturing socks. 550 companies are manufacturing raw material, even polyester, nylon, cotton yarn, whatever is required to manufacture those socks. Logistics cost, they don't want to pay. So everything is in one city. Hand stitching factories, printing, dyeing plant, packaging factories, even maintenance, that kind of a thing which we see in Surat, that maintenance is outsourced, one fitter gang is there, they will go to each factory and that kind of a thing. That companies are also there. Mechanical fitting suppliers and fitters, that kind of thing are there. Socks dealer, 635 dealers are there. Shipment servicing firm, 103. So this is a kind of infrastructure is required. Yes, we are also trying to follow that, but it's not like a cut, copy, paste. We have our own way of doing business. So we have taken the inputs from that kind of infrastructure, not only this one park, there are many other parks. We only did that study with Government of India that where that concept of mega textile park was taken, and further it came as a PM Mitra Park. So coming to the PM Mitra Park, before that, just a overview of Karnataka, since everyone knows the Karnataka, and I can see some of the foreign dignitaries are also here. So it's a state, GDP is roughly around 230 billion, total exports is of 28 billion, population is 61 million, a lot of international airport and rail network, everything is there. It's a very well known about the Karnataka. So as Madam has also said in earlier, like what are the key advantages of Karnataka as an investment destination? First is that ease of doing business, availability of skilled workforce, industrial ecosystem, strong government support, high quality infrastructure. So these are the well proven fact which no one can deny that it's not there. So what an investor needs? Investor needs only these kinds of things. And the best thing, all approvals are given through single window clearance system. They have perfectly laid down system based on the investment. So different committees are there. That is, one is the project size. If it is up to 60 million USD, there it will go to state level single window clearance committee with industries minister as chairman. And if it is more than $60 million, it will go to the state high level clearance committee, which is chaired by chief minister as a chairman. So single window clearance systems are already established and being followed. Coming to the PM Mitra Park, everyone says yes, PM Mitra Park, PM Mitra Park. What is PM Mitra Park? So basically it's a concept where all the integrated things, whatever is required for a garment or a fab manufacturer is available in a one location. So whether it's a spinning, knitting, weaving, dyeing, processing, garmenting, accessories, other supplies of like chemicals, packaging material. So it's on a broad level, complete integrated space of minimum 1,000 acres where the textile company can come. Now it is up to that company whether they want to build their own factory or if they want to have a rented sheds. Like in India, we have seen that garmenting factories, 80% of the garmenting factories work in a rented premises. So ready to build sheds, factories in a single floor factory with a PB shed and with RCC floor also, with a ground, first, second, third floor factory will be provided with the worker housing facility, VIP guest house, residential facilities, all will be there. So that is the concept. And on basis of that, roughly around 14 states applied with the government of India. And 7 states got these textile PM Mitra parks. So one is Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and our Karnataka. So these are the 7 textile PM Mitra parks. So now, why this, many will say that why this park will be successful. So this is one of a very unique thing you will see. It's a private limited company formed by two governments. State government and central government will be run professionally, will be having a professional COO to run this park, where the stake of Government of India is 49%, Government of Karnataka is 51%. The company has already been registered, paid up capital of 10 crore is there, which is already been this thing. And the park will be developed by a private player. I think time is left short, so I'll just move fast. So 500 crore rupees will be given by Government of India as a grant to develop that park. Okay, that is for the park. Now, what is there for the unit? I'm coming directly to that. And Madam has earlier said that the new textile policy is coming and they will be giving you more subsidies and other thing where this business can be sustainable. But other than that, there is one very big advantage in this park. 300 crore rupees will be kept as a separate for textile companies coming into the park. They will be getting 3% of their revenue as a subsidy. 3% of their revenue with a cap. Individual cap is there. If your investment in park is more than 300 crore, you can get 10 crore per year. Maximum you can get up to 30 crore rupees as a subsidy. Other than subsidies, whether it's by state, whether it's by center, you will get this thing. If your investment is between 100 to 300 crore rupees, you are eligible for 15 crore rupees as a subsidy, 3% of your revenue. And if you still don't fall in these two categories, and if you set up a small factory with the minimum employment generation of 100 persons, you will get a subsidy of 3 crore rupees. Now there is a catch. Everywhere government will not give money very easily. Catch is that it's on first come, first basis only. So the companies who will come first and block their land and sign a deal, sign a deal with the government or do that agreement with the government, whatever they say, okay, I'll fall under 3 crore, 15 crore or 30 crore category, that amount will be deducted from that 300 crore rupee kitty. The day that 300 crore rupee kitty is over, anyone who is coming after that will not get that subsidy. So to first mover advantage, that kind of a thing, it's there. So whoever is interested, I think just after this meeting, you should meet with the commissioner for this thing. So this is the broad level master plan. That is 1,000 acre. This thing, master planning has been done. Plots are there. The plots has been designed in such a way that these 4 acre plots you can merge if you want 10 acres or 16 acres, 8 acres. So various permutation and combinations can be placed. It's not fixed kind of a thing. Yes, road structure has been a sort of fixed. If you want a complete layout in a bigger one, that red color, this thing, and with the zoning is also there. So that is there. So roughly around 1600 to 18 crore is the investment for development of the park. Out of that, 500 crore will be given by Government of India, and 9,000 to 10,000 crore is the investment. 70,000 crore rupees turnover is expected in 5 years. Direct employment of roughly around 90,000. Number of factories around 90 to 100. So there is a worker hostel facility will be there for minimum 10,000 workers. So this is the location if we see. So it's Mumbai is roughly around 520 kilometer. Hyderabad is 220 kilometer. Availability of ready fabric is also there in Sholapur and Ichalkaranji, which is roughly around 125 and 300 kilometer there. So you can see, yeah, it's just slightly far from Bengaluru, but not from industry point of view, that thing. It is very well located in the northern part of Karnataka. So these are this thing, 10 hours. So we can say overnight seaport is there. 2 airports are there. One is in domestic airport in Gulbarga, Kalaburgi only, and international airport in Hyderabad. So all these things there. So what are the proposed common infrastructure? ETP, sewerage, common steam generation, electricity, all these things will be given, like common facilities, training center, lab, banking connectivity, design center. Since time is running short, we can, I think, after this conference also, we can discuss this thing. So these are some social, economic facilities are also there. Again, this capital subsidies are there with the state government, it's already there. So just in the last one thing, state government has promised to give power at sub 5 rupees, subsidized power for the park for next 10 years and similarly subsidized water for next 10 years also. So it's a big opportunity for investors to think about that PM Mitra Park, and if anybody wants to have a visit to the site or this thing, they can connect with the department, and I'll say thank you everyone.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Arora, for taking us through the PM Mitra Park presentation. Moving forward, I would now request Shri Vijay Kumar C, Vice President, IDEC Limited, to kindly please present on PPPA parks in Karnataka. Well, with that, I also request all our presenters to kindly please stick back to the timeline, and we have a timeline of 5 to 10 minutes for every session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a big hand and let's welcome Vijay Kumar.
Thank you for the Government of Karnataka and the Textile Department for giving us the opportunity to showcase the PPP projects which are there with the Department of Directorate of Textiles. Now we are the transaction advisors for the 3 proposed PPP parks in Karnataka. So these are coming up at Raichur, Ranebennur and Karkala. So we'll take you through the overall project metrics and all. So can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, this our past speakers have dealt in detail. One thing which I wanted to add is like our parks are coming in the zone 2 as per the classification in terms of these capital subsidies from the Government of Karnataka, which entitles the firms which are interested in setting up the PPP parks so that they can avail those capital incentive subsidies which are earmarked for that particular zones. So the 3 parks which are coming up are at the Raichur, Ranebennur and Karkala, which are basically the textile manufacturing clusters as identified by the Government of Karnataka. And the Raichur and Ranebennur are the parks which are coming up in the cotton producing districts, wherein we have identified them as a spinning yarning kind of a investment opportunities for the private firms. And the Karkala, which is very near to the Mangalore port and with all the basic facilities which are available, that is earmarked as a garment kind of a investment opportunity over there. Now, in terms of the what is there for the investors who are coming for the government over here in Karnataka, like, see, there are around 5 major capital subsidies which are directly linked to the investments, and 2 are other which are linked to the overall kind of an operational kind of a, which have been already dealt partially by our past speakers. Now, this is the basically the Karkala, wherein this is identified as a textile park which can come up which can come up for the garment kind of a investment opportunity, wherein the overall plot size is around 15 acres, which is going to be given by the textile department, and with the necessary key infrastructure connectivity which are there to Mangalore, to nearest railway stations, to port and the international airport at Mangalore. The project cost is around 28 crores, wherein the private developers are required to develop the textile related unit, and the government will provide the power and water till the site boundaries, and the availability of the raw materials and the favorable production centers are there, which in that place and in and around the region specifically. Now, the overall concession period is specified as for the 30 years, wherein the private firm is able to make the investment, put up the infrastructure in place, common infrastructure, as well as for the employee related infrastructure also there. So they can set up their this thing and they can run the show for a concession period of around 30 years overall. Now the remaining Radebennur and Raichur, wherein they are having a project cost of close to average of 26 crores, wherein the site area is around 16 acres for the Radebennur, and the overall concept plan is also shown over here, wherein this site has also have the key necessary infrastructure, wherein the nearest SH is passing through, and the airport and as well as the railway stations are very near, comparatively nearby. And this is also the concession period is set up for around 30 years, wherein the project cost we have estimated is around for 26 crores. The kind of the necessary augmentation for the SME and the SME post medium term kind of an investors who are there, they can very well bid for these projects and they can put up the shops over there. And this is the Raichur districts. So this is our, the site area is of close to 15 acres over here. This also is close to abutting the state highway. The overall site area is like 15 acres, wherein the encumbrance-free land available is there for the investors to come and put up the project. The private developer is required to invest around 24 crores, which for the common infrastructure and all, and they can sublease also during the concession period. So we are happy to discuss post this presentation also if anybody is interested over here, or the department is well conversant, like we can have a kind of a stakeholders consultation also. So with that, so thank you very much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, I would request Sandy T.S., Director KPMG India Services, to kindly please come forward for the presentation. Let's hear a big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today, my job is to present before you the Textile and Garments Policy 2019-24. We have very limited time. I'll take you through the policy, what are the kind of incentives or subsidies that is being offered as part of the policy. Just to clarify one thing, this policy, as its name suggests, is 2019-24. The department is in the process of drafting a new policy which will be completed in a few months' time. Till that time, this policy will be valid. Okay. Moving forward. Okay. I'll just quickly set a context. I think my, other dignitaries here had spoken a lot about Karnataka, where it is standing and all. So I'll just set a context as to what is the comparative advantage of Karnataka when compared with other states and where we are standing right now. So with respect to garment production, as you can see in the slide, we are contributing 20% of it. And we have a contribution of 15% of the exports in terms of states. And some of the major export markets are US, Germany, and Middle East countries like UAE, and also China. So in terms of resources, Karnataka has got an advantage. Okay, if you look at the case of cotton, if you take the case of wool, if you take the case of silk production, we are very resourceful, and our contribution is like silk production, it is 43%, and we are the second largest wool producing state. And 17 lakh bales is a kind of production or contribution to cotton related production actually. So, and it is getting reflected in the state ecosystem. Karnataka textile industry is second largest in terms of employment, and it is a favored destination with respect to advanced technical textiles and so on. And my friend Sanjeev had explained to you about the PM Mitra Park actually, and we'll be discussing that in the subsequent slides. Next slide, please. So what is the ecosystem advantage that we offer? Of course, the EODP, the single window ecosystem, and we have a policy. We have a very favorable enabling textile policy, and we are going to come out with a new policy 2025-30 with more focus on providing incentives in terms of sustainability, wages, power bill tariffs, and incentives to MSME units and the large enterprises. We talked a lot about the best-in-class infrastructure support. Sanjeev and Vijay had talked about the PM Mitra Park, and it is going to be one of the well-established manufacturing ecosystem in Karnataka itself. And there are a lot of textile parks across the state, which is provided in the slide. I'm not going through each one of them. And moving on to the next slide, actually, can you go to the previous one, please? Yeah. So what we are trying to convey is that, you know, if you look at the Government of India schemes, actually, whether it is a PM Mitra or the PLI scheme, actually, the National Technical Mission or Summer Scheme, we are cognizant of the kind of support that is being provided to the textile and apparel industry, and our schemes, our policies are aligned to that, and the upcoming policy also will be developed in alignment with this national level policies. Next slide. So these are the initiatives that Government of India has announced at the national level. We have seen increased amount of allocation for the Ministry of Textiles. There's a cotton mission that has been established, and there are a lot of initiatives that Government of India has established for the promotion of the textile and garments industry. Next slide. Now, to explain about the textile and garment policy. So what is a vision, or what is the thought process behind developing this textile and garment policy? So the vision is to position Karnataka as a leading destination for textile and apparels industry, actually. Now coming to the mission, or how the state will achieve this particular vision, is that we intend to achieve it through technology transfer, capital infusion, making interventions in the skilling of the workforce, so on and so forth. And we have identified 5 thrust sectors in this regard, which are the spinning, weaving, integrated units, processing, and the technical textiles. And what is the outcome? I mean, any policy during this tenure, it should be targeting some kind of outcomes of what it is going to achieve. So the intention of this policy to achieve 10,000 crores worth of investments, to attract 10,000 crores worth of investments, and to provide 5 lakhs employment, actually. Moving on to the next one. Now, if you look at the kind of incentives that this policy is offering, this can be categorized into 2. One is the financial incentives, which is provided in the form of capital subsidy, power subsidy, interest subsidy, wage subsidy, EPF and ESI reimbursement, stamp duty reimbursement, and reimbursement of the cost of the effluent treatment plant. If you take the case of special incentives, which is provided to mega industries, we have special industry incentives for the mega units. We are also having infrastructure development related support, Center for Excellence for Textiles, and finally capacity building supports. Next slide, please. So just to give you an understanding, our policy is in alignment with the industrial policy of Karnataka. So when we provide these incentives or extend these incentives to the units, there is a zonal classification that is being followed in this regard, and there are 4 zones that has been categorized for the benefit of extending incentives and subsidies. Zone 1 refer to the Kalyan Karnataka region and the 7 districts under the Kalyan Karnataka region, which are Bidar, Kalburgi, Yadgir, Raichur, Koppal, Bellary and Vijayanagara. Zone 2 refers to the all areas other than municipal corporations, district headquarters in non-Kalyan Karnataka region, which is basically focusing more on the rural Karnataka. And Zone 3 refers to the all municipal corporations and district headquarters in non-Kalyan Karnataka region actually. And Zone 4 is the Bangalore urban district. The objective or the thought process is to, give more subsidies to regions which deserve more support in terms of incentives, subsidies, etc. Next slide. Okay, I think we have 8 tables here actually. The intention is to take you through how we are providing the subsidies as per the policy. So as per the policy, there are 4 categories of units actually. One is the MSME unit, second is the anchor units, third is the large units, and fourth is the mega units actually. And we are extending subsidies for each of these 4 categories based on the classification. Next slide. So, on the left-hand side, we have provided details regarding the subsidy and incentives that is being provided to the textiles with respect to capital subsidy and capital subsidy for MSMEs and large enterprises. On the right-hand side, you have the details regarding the capital subsidy for MSME and large enterprises for the garments industry. So we need some time to talk about it, but the idea is that, the subsidy is being extended based on the category of units, that's the first classification, and secondly, the zone or the area in which that particular unit is located. Next slide. The same applies for the interest subsidy as well as the ESI and EPF subsidy for MSME enterprises. Next. And same as with the power subsidy and for MSME large enterprises and MSME and large enterprises for the textiles, and for the garments it is for the MSME units. Next slide. Next slide. So this is what the special incentives that I was referring to. As per the policy, we are providing support to greenfield textile parks subject to a maximum of 40 crore or 40% of the project cost, whichever is lesser. And there is a separate subsidy that is being offered to brownfield clusters, which is subject to a maximum of 12 crores or 40% of the project cost, whichever is lesser. Then there is an allocation of 10 crore for the grant for the center or establishing a center of excellence. And there are separate packages that is being offered for capacity building support and for special incentives for the mega units. Yeah, we're coming more attractive. Yeah. Next slide. So, as I had mentioned earlier, we are in the process of preparing a new policy. We have done 2 rounds of consultation workshops. We have taken inputs from the industry during these workshops, and we are also looking forward inputs from all of you so that we'll come out with a very attractive policy, understanding the requirements of the industry. We request you to provide your inputs in the email ID, which we'll be sharing in the next slide. So the focus will be on EODB, sustainability, technical textiles, and value addition. Next slide, please. Thank you. Please share your inputs to this mail ID regarding the new textile policy. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, now the session is open for Q&A. In case if you have any questions, can you please raise your hand? We shall have our team passing the mic to you. Well, in case if there are more questions, then the answers would be given to you digitally. The questions will be well noted, but we have a gap of 5 minutes now. In case if you have any questions, can you please raise your hand? Could we please have the mic right there?
Sir, thank you very much for the very interesting presentation on the new textile policy. I have two questions. One is in the new textile policy, what are you doing for the handloom sector? Handloom weavers are there. There are thousands of handloom weavers are there, and they are finding it very difficult to manage their livelihoods. Is there any special focus being given to the handloom weavers in Karnataka in the new textile policy? And also, point number 2, you mentioned about technical textiles. Kindly elaborate on that. Thank you.
Regarding handloom weavers and also handloom sector, so it is already a lot of incentives we are giving from Government of Karnataka. So now also in a new policy, we are actually want to keep this tradition of handloom weaving going for a longer time, because we have to conserve our tradition also, and we have to pass it on to our new generation. So we have many plans for handloom weavers. And for the technical textile, this is a very upcoming and very innovative sector. So we have already a few units, technical textile units present in Karnataka. So we are giving more incentives and also thrust to the technical textiles.
What is meant by technical textiles?
So there is a definition. So we have already given the brochures to you. If you go through the brochures, you can definitely segregate between what is the technical textiles and what is the textiles. I think Sanjay Agarwal can take the question.
I want to add one more thing for handloom section, specifically when we started master planning for the PM Mitra Park, 1000-acre park, it has been told to us that you have to consider our handloom heritage and culture also, handloom weaver also. So there is a special dedicated zone for artisans also in PM Mitra Park, where ready-to-build sheds will be provided along with the market accessibility kind of a thing. It will be developed as a commercial area where people can come experience the handloom, how it is being produced and this thing, and then they do the buying. So if any one of you have went to the Delhi and you have seen Delhi Haat kind of a thing, so specifically for handloom weavers, a marketplace and ready sheds will be available at a subsidized rate in PM Mitra Park also. Technical textile, basically that it comes, there are certain products which are used technically, like whether it's a floor covering or it's inside the car. So a mid-size car is having roughly around 17 kg of textiles. So many of us don't know whether it's a belt, it's other things are there. So that is a sector where with it is growing. And second thing, it is a high value kind of a thing. Value addition is more in that. So for that sector, also government is planning to have a specific some benefits in the textile policy. And in PM Mitra Park, that Kalaburgi Park also, we have a specific zone for technical textiles also.
Sir, a mention was made about Pradhan Mantri, Prime Minister's mega technical textile park, 7 technical parks. Is Karnataka getting one such park in Karnataka, sir?
Yeah, that Kalaburgi Park is that Pradhan Mantri's mega textile park only. It's named PM Mitra Park, 5F Vision.
Well, with that, due to time constraint, we will not be taking any further questions. Further questions can be answered offline. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand to all our dignitaries for such a wonderful session. Now we move on to the MOU exchange between Government of Karnataka and investors. And on behalf of Government of Karnataka, we have Srimati K. Jyoti, IAS, Commissioner of Textile Development. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to be welcoming our wonderful investors right here on stage. Starting firstly with Davangere Stitching Factory. Let's give a big hand and let's welcome Srimati Pushpa D. in the garments industry with an investment of 7.50 crore. I would now like to call upon Vedant Textile Mill. Let's give it up for Nuthan K. Shivananda from Weaving and Processing Industry for an investment amount of 9 CR. Nextly, I would like to call upon Jain Poly Ventures Private Limited. I would like to request Komal Jain from Davangere district from the industry Polywoven Sacks Printing for an investment amount of 10 CR. I would now like to request Basveshwara Textile Industries, Dr. Sharana Bhopal Reddy from Yadgiri district from the industry Rapier Weaving for an investment amount of 6 CR. Well, also he will be collecting the MAU on behalf of Nandi Textile Industries, Natraja Textile Industries, which is having an investment crore of 6 CR, and Nandi Textile also for 6 CR. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a big round of applause. Thank you so much. I would now like to request Mallikarjuna Textile Industries, Srimati Shakuntala, from Yadgiri district, from the industry Rapier Weaving, for an investment of 6 crore to join us. Nextly, I would like to call upon Lakshmi Textile Industries, Sri Shankar Gowda from Yadgiri district, from the industry Rapier Weaving, for an investment amount of 6 CR. Nextly, I would like to call upon Tumakhane Sanjeeva Shetty Exports, Sudhakar S. Shetty from Chikmagaluru district from the industry of garmenting, have with the investment amount of 14.50 CR. Thank you so much. Nextly, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to mention that Big Bags International Private Limited has invested about 100 CR. They are not right here currently. Well, also, I would like to mention Weaves Unlimited from Bengaluru in the manufacturing industry has invested about 5 CR, and Mira Fabrics has invested about 4.50 CR. Well, with that, I would once again like to thank all the dignitaries on stage for your valuable time. Well, now I request Soumya, Deputy Director, to please join us on stage to hand over memento to Srimati Jyoti K. Thank you so much for your valuable time, ma'am. I'd now like to request Mr. Suresh Kumar, Joint Director, to kindly please present memento to Sanjay Arora. I now request Sridhar Nayak, Joint Director, to kindly hand over a memento to Vijay Kumar. I would now like to request Whittle, Joint Director, to kindly please hand over memento to Sandy T.S. Well, I would now request Ravindra, Deputy Director, to kindly please hand over memento to Ravi Kumar. With that, I would like to thank all the dignitaries on dais. Thank you so much for your valuable time, and thank you for a wonderful session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting our next session at 2 p.m. Well, I request all the joint directors to kindly please join us for a group photograph. Let's capture this wonderful moment. I request all the joint directors to please join us on stage. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Moving on to our next session of Invest Karnataka 2025. Our session 3 is on Make in India for the World. I truly take the pleasure, and it definitely is my honor to invite our speakers on the dais, starting with Arvind Meligeri, Chairman and CEO, ACUS. Let's give a big round of applause and let's welcome sir on stage. A hearty warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable presence on stage. And I'll take the pleasure of requesting our next speaker, Chaitanya Saravate, South Asia Head, GE Healthcare, to please join us. I extend a hearty warm welcome to N. Venu, MD and CEO, India and South Asia, Hitachi Energy, to please join us. I extend a heartfelt welcome to Guru Prasad Mudlapur, President of Bosch Group India, to please join us. I also extend a warm welcome to Sudeep Dalvi, Senior Vice President, Director and Chief Communication Officer, Toyota Kirloskar Motor. Whereas we have all our dignitaries right here on stage, firstly I would like to thank each one of you for your valuable presence. As we move forward, I would like to call our first speaker to the podium, Mr. Arvind, requesting you to please join us. Before that, let's quickly have a look at the audiovisual. Can we have the AV, please?
Pioneers, collaborators, a global ecosystem that provides core precision engineering and manufacturing facilities. Driven by innovation and quality consciousness. Welcome to our ecosystems of efficiency. Welcome to ACUS, an organization that is redefining contract manufacturing. ACUS was founded on an idea, a dream, and a vision to put India on the global manufacturing map. With the setting up of India's first aerospace SEZ at Belagavi over a decade ago, we made our foray into precision engineering and manufacturing, developing aircraft parts for aerospace giants across the world. Over the years, we have perfected a vertically integrated manufacturing ecosystem that supports the entire aerospace value stream. Our expansion into France and the US provided us a global footprint with delivery locations across 3 continents. We have also made giant strides towards contract production of toys for some of the largest toy makers in the world. ACUS is expanding its toy manufacturing footprint and capabilities with operations at India's first toy manufacturing ecosystem at Koppal in North Karnataka. ACUS manufactures consumer durables for some of the leading global and Indian brands. We are expanding our operations and capabilities in this domain with the planned development of the Hubli Durable Goods Cluster. Over the years, we have been striving to build India as a viable destination for global contract manufacturing, addressing the entire value chain in every domain in which we function. Our efforts thus far have created thousands of career opportunities in North Karnataka, enabling a skilled workforce to realize their true potential. We are driven by the principles of sustainability in everything we do. And through our CSR wing, we have undertaken multiple initiatives to educate and empower our communities. Our efforts have won us numerous accolades from the industry and our customers. But what truly sets us apart is our domain expertise, our impeccable track record, our adherence to global manufacturing standards, and our talent in leadership and execution. With our past successes, current initiatives and future projects, we are India's answer to manufacturing scalability. We are shaping manufacturing ecosystems that drive opportunity, efficiency and quality. We've come a long way, but at Acres, we believe that the journey has only begun.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, I would now leave the podium to Arvind Meligeri. A warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you. So I think the topic of making in India for the world, India historically has been a services-driven economy. We kind of skipped our manufacturing. So I personally started my journey in services business as an engineering design company, Quest Global, I co-founded. And we saw our ability to do technical design for the world for many things. Capital goods, electronics, but we could never manufacture. We never manufactured any of this stuff. Customers used to take these and take it to somebody else, some other country, and ask them to manufacture. I said, that was not good enough for us as a country. We're giving significant value chain out to some other country. That's when we said, hey, we should be able to do this, especially in the aerospace industry, which was our core design activities. Said, we should be able to do this in India. And our customer said, you are pushing an open door, but you need to do it. So when we started our journey in 2007-8 timeframe in Bangalore with a small facility doing aerospace parts. At that time, various government offset requirements and everything helped us bring the customers into India to focus on the aerospace, sourcing from India. But what challenges we saw was the in-country value add was only 20%. When you look at services, we have 100% in-country value add. When you get to manufacturing, if you do not have a large amount of in-country value add, sustainability over the decades is going to be challenging, and customer will not be able to buy from India, especially in a contract manufacturing. When you're not a brand, you are extremely have to be competitive and globally competitive. It's not about India only. So that brought us to a question, how are you going to remain competitive over decades to come in an industry which changes very slow? So that, for us, that answer was, look where the manufacturing is happening today in the world. And especially in the aerospace industry, it was happening in the hinterlands, tier 2, tier 3 cities of the world. Manufacturing doesn't happen in Western countries, in New York, Paris, London. It happens in Wichita, Kansas, Toulouse, France, Birmingham, Wolverhampton. This is where they used to happen. And today also it happens. So for us, if you have to map the same thing, we saw we had to be in tier 2, tier 3 city to really bring a value to our customers in the long run. And we need to build, second one was to increase our in-country value add. 20%, goal is to get to 100%. So we put a 15, 20-year roadmap to do that. And today we are able to say that after 15 years, we are able to do this 100% out of India on several of the products. So that didn't happen out of nowhere, but it happened out of a strategic investments happening on a vertical integration solution through the partnership. And by building this away from the cities, we're able to take a very long-term view, 30-year view, what would we need, infrastructure, facilities, vertical integration, and we're able to sustain this in a long run, which is not possible to do in a large city like Bangalore. And it comes back to this, do we have a talent in these places? The talent is there everywhere in India. Our question is whether are we able to train them to suit your requirements. So if we can suit, you know what you need, and we had to bring in people, a lot of people from globally and based in India, in Belgavi, to train our people to deliver to the world standards, global aerospace requirements. and we could do it because we are committed to do it out of there. It's far easier to do it, say that, hey, okay, do it in Bangalore, set up a facility and move out of here, or deliver out of here because some talent is available. But if you have to do it in a scale, if I need to have 2,000 engineers or manufacturing CNC machinists, there is nothing available in anywhere in the country. So you got to train that from foundation, basic aerospace requirements in the CNC machining. That's what we added to. And in a part of a journey, all our location globally is always in the tier 2, tier 3 city. In France, we are in Cholet. It's western part of France. And in India, in the US, we are in north of Dallas, about an hour and a half away, 2 hours away from Dallas city. So it's coming back to my point of we got to go where we can sustain value in the long run, especially if you're not a brand. Many of my colleagues here on the dais are brands. They have luxury of doing sometimes differently, but we don't tend to have that as a contract manufacturer. So a little bit of a journey. We started as a manufacturing company, aerospace, and we quickly realized that if I cannot control in India to a good extent all the infrastructure, the understanding of a rules and regulation with respect to what it applies, especially in an industry where it's export focused, import, a lot of raw material gets imported and export focused, regulations become nightmare. So we set up a special economic zone, 250-acre zone in Belgavi, to make sure that we have ability to control all the incoming material with the customs and clearance and everything happening, because you are delivering today, today we are delivering almost every aircraft has a part going from Belgavi today in a global market. And most of the products we are sole source. Means if I stop delivering, my customer has a problem on their final assembly line and delivery. So I need to be able to deliver 100% on time with a zero defect across the world on a drumbeat, on a weekly basis or bi-weekly basis. So that means you need to do it in a way you control all your parameters, internal and external. And having a special economic zone gives us the flexibility because customs sits at the zone and various other nuances what we see here won't happen, because being a special economic zone, you have special approvals for managing this thing. So we started developing then we saw the infrastructure what we developed was world class. Today, anybody comes anywhere in the world, they see these facilities, they're better than far better than any of their own suppliers in Western countries. Because if you don't do in India, when you're doing something on a low cost, what do we call best cost country or low cost country, customer expectation is you need to be better than anybody else. Your performance has to be better, your facilities have to be better, your people have to be better, otherwise why should I come? I have a solution next door, I've been doing it for 20 years, I'll continue to do what I'm doing. So it's not only that you have to be, the better in everything, also you have to give lower price most of the time. But that changes when you become a significant portion of the supply chain and you increase your value add to highest level. In aerospace, we did it we started with machining, then we integrated through joint ventures, the forging, surface treatment, the assembly through the joint ventures. We have 3 joint ventures operating, now 2 joint ventures operating. We bought one out. With the Magellan Aerospace for 15 years, we're operating a surface treatment facility. Then Aubert & Duval, which is owned by Safran and Airbus, we have a forging facility. It's India's largest forging facility, 10,000-ton forging press we have. So by doing this vertical integration, we went from 20% to about 80%. Now we integrated Hindalco's, one of the aluminum mill in our supply chain now. And now we have gotten them approved. And that basically takes us to 100% on several products. Today we deliver about 7,500 wheels of aircraft, 737, 320, 100% of the ATR wheels out of this location, 100% in-country value add. So 20 years back, 15 years back, I could have never imagined, although we had a vision, but imagine which product I'm going to do. I didn't know, but today we have several products happening out of India. So it comes down to the ability to build an ecosystem and leveraging the economies of scale. Today, we're the largest machining facility in the country for aerospace, more than 1.2 million hours of machining capacity we have in single location, and highest value add in country what we are able to do. So we took this theme, which we felt that we leveraged India's engineering strength when we entered aerospace. And then we saw the biggest other advantage India has is unskilled labor in the hinterlands. So we entered the toys industry and expanded that in terms of one of the largest toy exporter of India right now. So that because we can have unskilled labor, abundant unskilled labor in India available, and we're able to compete with China because our wages are 1/3 of China. So today we are able to do 5 to 15% lower cost than China in some of these products. So again, it's our ability to identify the strength, and we couldn't have been able to do this something in like this maybe 2008, 2009, because China wages were equivalent to India at that time. Only 2011 post, the wages in China started increasing significantly. Today they are 1/3. Today, like India is 1/3 of China wages. So then we entered in 2022 consumer durables. We just announced a joint venture with the Tramontina, which is a Brazilian company, to do the manufacturing of cookwares. And then we entered into consumer electronics last year, leveraging India's push for consumer electronics. Again, almost everything is an export-focused industry, and they will continue to do that activity. So we talked about we have 5,000 people operating in 2 verticals, aerospace and consumer side. And this is what we have vertical integrated facility we built. Over 3 million square feet operations we have in Belgavi and Hubballi and Koppal together. And this has been built from this was a barren land in 2009. Today we have 4,000 or 5,000 people operating in this location on a daily basis, on a 3-shift basis, on a 24/7. This place never closes unless it's a government holiday. Otherwise, it keeps running. And as I said, in every airliner has a part going from this location. So in terms of, what it takes to do this, the challenge is infrastructure. Infrastructure is always a challenge. When I started in Belgavi, there were no flights. We used to drive 10 hours, 12 hours to reach this location. You ask a customer to come drive 12 hours, he will never do it. So you got to think about it. So today India is much more connected everywhere. Today we have flights, you can do a day trip. But if we didn't take that down at that time, and we didn't develop, there was not a single 3-star hotel in that location. Today we have 4 of them. So the connectivity improves the economy. It's a vicious, basically it's like a self-propelling growth what will happen. When we bring in some customers, then it'll further develop the economy locally and employees. Today the wages have gone up. Obviously the rentals have gone up because everybody can afford to do that. It's good for the whole economy. And it's not easy to convince the stakeholders to invest in a location which is far off because risks are way too many. It's like sitting in US and asking them to invest in India. It's no different than people who are here mostly investing in big cities and trying to invest in the small towns. They don't understand what it takes to do this. So it's one of the biggest challenge we see in a lot of that. But if you can invest in the people, if you can develop, you have the ability to sustain long term, and you can make this work. And it's very important to keep that in mind, and ability to having that runway in front of you to invest in, especially. And you have to work with the government, because ultimately government infrastructure is something you cannot do it, but government is the only one who has to do it. So you have to convince them to do the right infrastructure so that you can be successful with this. So if you can create an ecosystem, we believe we can scale. And today, scale of our manufacturing is in line with anything like in China or any of the eastern side on the consumer side. And the western side, it's much bigger than some of our western competitors. So that pretty much gives us opportunity to do that. So we also are an integral part of the community. We work with the schools and take care of the development, education, all the way K through 12. And it's important to have them as you're part of community, and you have to be a responsible community player. That's about it in a nutshell. Manufacturing hinterlands, It's just not about factories, it's being integrated, part of the community, and perseverance is absolutely necessary to do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arvind. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would now take the pleasure of requesting Chaitanya Saravate to please come to the podium for the next talk. Chaitanya Saravate, sir. Could we have the AV, please?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay. So today I represent Wipro Healthcare and the overall medical technology industry. I wanted to thank Arvind, who came before me and explained the wonders of manufacturing for aerospace in India. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the story of Wipro Healthcare. First and foremost, Wipro Healthcare has been around in India and very specifically in Karnataka and Bangalore for more than 30 years. We are present across the world, obviously, as GE Healthcare, but as Wipro Healthcare, we are present here in Bangalore. Some of you might have seen Whitefield, and if you have faced some traffic jams, you have us to blame a little bit as well. We are contributing to 30+ products, 4 manufacturing sites, lots of innovation, and then obviously the largest R&D center. But I want you to think back to 1990. Think back to India of 1990. That is when the bold vision of Mr. Azim Premji and Jack Welch from GE Healthcare came together, and it observed 3 key trends which were true then as they are true today. Oftentimes we talk about the incredible human talent which is present in India. More specifically, when you think about Bangalore and Karnataka, you cannot but think about Indian Institute of Science or St. John's Hospital producing the quality talent which is available at scale like nowhere else. So it's a source of talent. Secondly, the dynamism that you see across the streets of Bangalore, it was as present in 1990 as it was present today, which was people who wanted to think about startups, people who wanted to start new businesses, example being Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw thinking about starting a business in her garage in 1978. That dynamism meant that there was a significant ecosystem which was available of suppliers, of manufacturers to support an idea like Wipro GE Healthcare. Number three, we were always a populous nation, and a populous nation always requires healthcare. It's an unassailable truth. That demand we knew would grow, whether it is in 1990 or whether it is in 2025. So with the three advantages, true of India, which is demand, dynamism, and the talent that is there, or demography that is there. With that as the strength, not only of India, but very specifically of Karnataka, Wipro GE came about. Now, throughout these 30 years, we started small, initially starting to manufacture and design small subcomponent subsystems and importing products which were sold all across India in hospitals, primary healthcare centers, district hospitals, etc. But that journey was always with a singular purpose, and the purpose was to make sure that there is a world where healthcare has no limits. Not India where healthcare has no limits, but a world where healthcare has no limits. Working through 4 business units, whether it is equipment, whether it is servicing those equipment, whether it is digital or pharmaceutical diagnostics, we wanted to make sure that that vision translates into reality for India as well as for rest of the world. And that's the reason, while Atmanirbharta is a new buzzword, we have been on the journey to innovate and make in India and for the world for the last 35 years. We are the first company which set up a very large technology center in Whitefield, which employs more than 2,500 direct employees and more than 2,500 indirect employees, so almost 5,000 employees. It's a very large R&D center, the largest one for GE Healthcare across the world. It files on an annual basis more than 100 patents and contributes to innovative technology, whether it is AI, whether it is additive, whether it is automation, which is embedded in products which are installed across hospitals and primary healthcare centers or secondary healthcare centers across the world. So there is a fingerprint of an engineer from India in delivering good quality healthcare and affordable quality healthcare for all the hospitals around the world. This is something that we are incredibly proud of, and it is something that has developed over a period of time. Secondly, we have 4 manufacturing plants within a 5-kilometer radius in Bangalore in Whitefield. Whether they are the plants which manufacture cutting-edge products like the first CT that got manufactured, first PET CT that was manufactured here in India, or it is components such as tubes or generators or detectors all across the world. We have also ensured that we participated in the government's production-linked incentive and set up a new plant recently in 2020. And we are continuing to not just supply these products to Indian healthcare system, but also the global healthcare system. Now, obviously, these products are distributed here in India for the benefit of the patients here in India. We are one of the largest players in, whether it is the PPP that governments have instituted in order to ensure that care reaches the last patient, but or is it private hospitals which want to adopt the newest technology so that it can be delivered to patients all across. With a significant presence built over the last 35 years, not only do we have the largest install base of healthcare technology across our healthcare system, but we also have the supporting infrastructure, including service professionals, present in more than 650 of the 730 districts. So we are not just creating employment here in Karnataka, but we are creating employment elsewhere. Over this period, we have touched 300 million patients who have used or who have been diagnosed or treated through the treatments that came out of the engineering that happened here or came out of the manufacturing that happened here. Just to think about it, 300 million is 1 in 4 patients. So if you look around you, there are at least few people around you whose families may have benefited from the technology which was designed and developed here in Bangalore and manufactured here in Bangalore. Now, obviously, we think of a healthcare company to have not just a financial motivation, but also a moral responsibility to give back to the society. whether it is in the form of enabling Karnataka government upgrade certain primary healthcare centers in Raichur, which is an aspirational district, or whether it is ensuring that our employees contribute to making the environment around us clean so that we have a healthier India, which is necessary to be a developed India, a healthier Karnataka, which is necessary to be a leading state in the country. That as the background, we have over last 30 years invested 32,000 crores in Karnataka. Our intention is to continue to partner with Karnataka government, with the civil society here, with the suppliers here, with the academia here, to make sure that over the next 5 years, we will invest an additional 8,000 crore, which will ensure that more employment gets generated, healthcare improves, and we build a society in India as well as across the world where healthcare has no limits. With that, I would like to thank all the partners, all the employees, all the government officials and the academia who have helped us traverse this journey, and look forward to continuing this partnership in the future as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chaitanya Saravati, for that wonderful presentation. Moving forward, I would now request N. Venu to kindly please grace the podium with your valuable presence. Let's have a look at the audiovisual, please.
Can you hear me? Podium mics, please. Yeah, is okay? Yeah, good. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Some of you are not able to hear on the dais, so that's where the request. So good afternoon once again. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you for inviting me, and thank you for my co-panelists. They have really talked about very great things about it. And let me just give our perspective from Hitachi Energy, where I run this Hitachi Energy in India and South Asia and that. So we always work in a little bit more in a positive, in a past tense, made in India and made for the world. And that's where we are trying to do that. And as you see, probably you know in the last 10 years or even more so, the manufacturing sector, the focus on the manufacturing sector has been very intense. And we have become a more formidable, I would say, still not there when we are to compare with our neighbors, but we have made a lot of progress. Earlier, we used to be only known as, our services services nation, right? IT and IT-enabled services. Today, we are really making a lot of progress in the manufacturing. And this has not happened overnight, right? A lot of efforts from the governments, both central and states, and in terms of the providing the policy support, ease of doing businesses, and coupled with the industry's proactive actions have helped us where we are today. Take, for example, our ease of doing business ranking has moved almost 70 places in the last 5 years. And the Make in India policies, a driving force behind economic growth, job creation, and also, competitiveness in that. Take, for example, Hitachi Energy today, whatever we are producing here, 1/4 of that we are exporting around the world, and not only we are exporting, we are competing with any of our peers, whether they are in the Europeans, they are in the East Asian countries, at the same scale and the same speed and the same quality standards in that. And when it comes to the government's initiatives, whether it's a production-linked incentive scheme, semiconductor ecosystem, and in the logistics, Gati Shakti, National Logistics Policy, Startups India, tax reforms, especially on the GST, all these have really spurred the growth of the manufacturing system, ease of doing businesses, and many companies, not only the Indian companies, but also global companies are coming forward and setting up the things. And as you can see here, almost $600+ billion FDI in 10 years was as India as a country has received it. And when it comes to the ease of doing businesses, as I said, we have improved by close to 70 places in that. And you have seen the budget in the 2 weeks back, and budget has, while it is a continued journey towards whatever we have been talking about, creating ecosystem to make India as a Viksit Bharat 2047, and a lot of policies have been continued in that. There are also new policies, especially on the new manufacturing mission, Bharat Trade Net, and export promotion mission. All these things will further augur well for the manufacturing sector in that. If I give you one example in the budget about our industry, our energy industry, I think a lot of positive things are there. You all know that the government as a country has made a huge ambitious target by 2030. But as a country as a whole, and 2030 they want to achieve 50% of the energy requirement is met through the renewable, and 500 gigawatt of renewable generation capacity by 2030, and 500 gigawatt of interstate transmission networks creation by 2030, and also 1 billion tons of reduction of CO2, 5 million tons of production of the green hydrogen gases. They're all huge tailwinds. And to reach those tailwinds, country as a whole, we need to do at least minimum 2 to 3 times more than what we have been doing it. And if we continue to do what we have been doing, we will never achieve that. That's where a lot of focus on the manufacturing system, ecosystem, clusterization, and policy standpoint in that. In the budget, they have further augmented, especially on the clean tech manufacturing focus, talking about the policy supports, and also trying to ensuring that those critical equipments are available in the country, not only for the country for energy security, but also export standpoint in that. Similarly, there's a lot of incentives for duties, exemptions, etc., for a rare earth metal like a cobalt, lithium-ion battery waste, etc. They are very important for the sunrise sectors like electrical vehicles or energy storage. Those are the things in that. The good part is that both the governments at the center and state has continued the journey to create the great ecosystems to fuel the growth of the manufacturing sector in India. And Karnataka, as you all know, is leading from the front. And again, Karnataka has been in the forefront in coming out with a lot of industry-friendly policies. And they have done many of them in the first. For example, energy sector, they are the fastest. 60% of the installed capacity in Karnataka comes from the renewable in that. The second highest FDI flows, and 750 MNCs providing a direct jobs to almost 12 lakh professionals and 31 lakh indirect jobs in Karnataka in that. In addition to a lot of the Indian manufacturing companies in that. Almost more than 6% of India's total exports comes from Karnataka in that. And 42% of India's total IT exports from Karnataka. That's no wonder why many companies have made Karnataka as their home, and in the same way Hitachi Energy also has made our home in Karnataka. So we are, as I said, we are the global company. And in India, we have been present in the last 75 years. Last year, we have celebrated our 75 years. And we have 19 manufacturing factories are there in 8 places. Out of 8 places, 3 locations are based out of Karnataka. We have presence in Pinya and Dodaballapur and Mysore, and we are expanding in that. 80% of our global portfolio we manufacture locally here. And as I told you earlier, 25% of whatever we are producing, we export. We export to direct customers in Asia, in Middle East, in Africa, in North America and Europe. And in addition to that, we have been expanding in that, investing not only in the manufacturing, investing in the ecosystem to strengthen our manufacturers pursuit, but also our suppliers. We are working with closely many of the suppliers to ensure that they are also scaling up. They not only supply to our factories in India, but they supply to Hitachi Energy factories in Sweden, in Switzerland, in North America, etc. In that we are creating the supplier ecosystem in India in very critical components and sub-assemblies in that. In addition to that, we have been expanding on the R&D and engagement with the very premier institutions to create the skill sets available in the country for this energy transition. We are the leading company providing the technology for the energy transition, and it's extremely important that the talent is available in the country in that. As I said, we are very deeply enriched in Karnataka, And not only we are manufacturing, but we are also helping Karnataka, powering the Karnataka's energy system, whether the largest SCADA system, more than 1,000 of substations have been monitored through our SCADA system in this country, in this state. And similarly, the data centers, one of the third data center is powered through our technology in that. And powering the state's largest steel integrated plant in Karnataka. And finally, as Honorable Minister of Industry yesterday talked about our Namma Metro, the Namma Metro is powered through our power and automation SCADA, manufactured here, designed here, and locally we are able to supply all these things. Three of our manufacturing facilities in Karnataka and are frontlining the growth story, not only for Hitachi Energy, but also providing support to many of our suppliers in this state. We are investing in Karnataka, and we are investing in Karnataka not only for energy transition in the state and the country, but also energy transition for the globally in that. So we have inaugurated a brand greenfield power quality factory in Dodabalapur 2 years back, which is we have since then we almost doubled our capacity over there, and there we are exporting to our North America customers in that. So if you come to any of our factory, whether it is in Dodabalapur, whether it is in Pinya or in Baroda, or you go to our factories in Ludvika in Sweden or Switzerland, the look and feel the same. You don't find once you are inside, whether you are in Sweden, whether you are in Dodabalapur, and the quality standards are same, the productivity standards are same, and that's why we are creating the products not only for India, but for the rest of the world in that. Yesterday we have signed an MOU for 1,000 crores we are investing in Karnataka, and this is a real investment as we speak. The projects are on the ground. We are expanding our factory in Mysore. We are also expanding our global competitive center in Bangalore, etc. in that. In addition to that, we are a hardcore engineering company, a technology company, innovation-led company. It's important that we bring a lot of diversity into our organization. We have signed up with many of the Tier 2, Tier 3 universities in Karnataka to bring women into engineering, hardcore engineering in that. I know that a lot of women likes to IT and IT-enabled services, but it's extremely important that they also need to work and understand the ecosystem where we are building for the future of not only for our generations, but the generations to come in that. And the last, what does the future look like? India's decade is here. We all know that, right? We are the 5th largest economy. We want to be 3rd largest economy in the next 3-4 years. And then we have a very clear roadmap that Viksit Bharat, the developed nation by 2047. And that can only happen and with all the actions and initiatives, not only the government, but all the industries are taking forward in that. And in this journey, Karnataka will be the key driver of this growth story. The next decade presents an opportunity for India to lead sustainable manufacturing by driving the energy transition and bolstering technology exports. Continued focus on requisite infrastructure, conducive business environment, and fostering innovation will make India an ideal destination not only for today's but also in future ready manufacturing in that. We have a great place. I'm really happy to be part of, Karnataka is a great story. We are continue to invest here, and I request all of you, please look at the opportunities available in Karnataka, not only in the manufacturing from the policy standpoint, but also skill sets available and the market available. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing all those valuable insights with us and for the presentation. Can we hear a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I will now take the pleasure of requesting Guru Prasad Madlapur to kindly please join me onto the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. I represent Bosch. I head Bosch in India. And I'm going to speak about what Bosch does and what gives me right to speak to you about this topic, Make in India for the World. So I believe we have a lot of heritage in India, and I think heritage is not the only reason I'm here addressing you. We started in India more than 100 years ago, actually over 100 years ago, 1922 to be precise. But manufacturing started way back in 1953. That's when we started manufacturing in India, for India. But right now we have 17 manufacturing plants all over India. And Bangalore has been our base. We've been a company headquartered out of Bangalore with our largest base out of Bangalore. A lot of you from Karnataka and Bangalore recognize Bosch as a more or less homegrown company here. A lot of you also connect with the old name of Bosch or the previous name of Bosch in Karnataka, which used to be known as Myco, which is pretty familiar with many of you old-timers here. So it's got a lot of heritage, a lot of history, but it's also a company which has reinvented itself quite a few times. And I believe in this space of manufacturing, that's a very, very essential quality that's extremely critical in today's time and age, that we need to continuously reinvent, and that's very, very important as well. In India, we are about 39,700 people today, with an overall turnover as a group of about 3.8 billion euro. So it's a very healthy company, doing quite well as a group, with very healthy portfolio across multiple segments. Our portfolio across mobility is the biggest, but we have spread quite a few areas. And if you just walk across to the other hall, you can get a glimpse of what we are doing at Bosch. And I encourage all of you to just take a walk and take a look at some of the things we are showcasing there. Our portfolio across manufacturing also spreads quite deep. We do quite an extensive range of manufacturing activities in India, very, very well spread across multiple elements, and it's something that goes quite deep with a lot of manufacturing depth, which is spread across multiple elements that are covering many, many areas. As I said, we started way back in 1953 with multiple manufacturing locations. We have very good depth in manufacturing, and we started our localization journey partnering with many, many vendors locally. We've developed quite a lot of extensive vendor base in India, for India, and also we've done quite a lot of development of vendor base for the world, which is quite credible. Today we also use our vendor base in India for exports. We do quite a lot of our vendor base in India for Indian manufacturing. So about 50% of our manufacturing is localized completely. The rest of it comes, and this is based on products. Depending on certain products, it's as high as 85% or even 90%. On certain products, it's maybe a little bit less. So depending on the products and the mix, it's varying. Now let's look at what is good look at India as a manufacturing base for the world, and that's generally the topic for discussion today. And if we were to just reflect on where we stand with regard to India and what's our place in the manufacturing world, it's a good time to reflect on where China was sort of way back in 2000, in the early 2000s. If you look at where China is today, And last year, our GDP was about 3.55 trillion. And as a number I have here with me, China exported 3.58 trillion. So our turnover, our GDP of last year was the export of China last year. So that's how big China's export was last year. And that actually is not something for us to brood over or feel disappointed about. It just shows the potential we have in terms of not catching up, but in terms of where we can reach with regard to manufacturing. It's a potential where manufacturing can go. We've largely been a services economy, and I think that's something we've grown quite well. Unlike many other manufacturing-led countries, we've been a largely services-led country. And that's a bit of a it's a thing which we have aped the more developed countries, where the more advanced countries have been the countries which have grown with services economies, while the more developing countries have grown with the manufacturing economies, while we've grown sort of with the services economy, and we've sort of ignored the manufacturing economy for a long, long time. And that's something that is worthwhile catching up. And the government has been doing quite a lot over the last, I would say, 10 years or so to catch up on manufacturing. And this is something we should all be focused on. And as industry and as colleagues here gathered today, in terms of investing in the economy and as investing in the state, I think we need to do quite a lot more to catching up on investments in manufacturing sector to catch up on this. We can also look at what did China do to do the right things towards growth in the manufacturing sector. I would say they had a lot of good and diverse talent, which is extremely critical. And we can also proudly say that we have that today in plenty. They had a reason to catch up on high technology advancements, and they did that extremely well over at least 20 years, starting from 2000s all the way to 2024, and now they're really in the deep seek era, catching up on the AI wave. They've got a very large internal market. That's something we also have. We should certainly capitalize on that. And they have an extremely good government support. And that's something we also have today. So there are quite a few extremely good support systems which China had at that point of time in 2000 to ride on. And that's a good reflection for us to look at in terms of what should we be doing to propel ourselves into a good global manufacturing economy. But if you also look at what is it that that's required to be an advanced manufacturing economy at this point of time, because what worked for China in the early 2000s to be a manufacturing economy may not also be the right things for us today, because the time at that point of time was very different, because manufacturing at a mass scale in terms of Industry 4.0 was just beginning at that point of time. That's not the phase today, and we are in a very different economy. We are in a very different level of automation. We are now looking at more in an Industry 5.0 era. So what is it that we should be looking at? What should be the competitive environment? I think this is something we should start looking at. And what are the industrial ecosystems we should look into? What are the advanced technology areas? What are the supply chain requirements that we should be focused on? What are the clean technology areas? Some of my colleagues on the podium talked about what they are doing within their own industrial areas today. What are the sustainable and green technology introductions that we should be doing to stay ahead of the curve? For example, the whole steel manufacturing has started to require green manufacturing requirements. So these are things which are becoming mandated today. There's a lot of emphasis on R&D-led manufacturing. This is something we need to focus on rather than just licensed manufacturing techniques, because this will run its course very quickly. And of course, we need to develop a very strong infrastructure for manufacturing, which is also something that's very, very critical in terms of logistics, in terms of cheaper manufacturing infrastructure, from ensuring that the entire value chain is localized and we are able to have the lowest cost of manufacturing. We need to have this at the lowest cost manufacturing ensured so that we are a competitive manufacturing base in India. So I believe in terms of India being a competitive manufacturing base, we now start to have the ingredients well in place, and we should start to capitalize on this as we move forward in the years to come. What we have done well so far, I would say we have started to strengthen our logistics and infrastructure base. We have seen that over the years, the government has put in a lot of measures to strengthen the logistics and infrastructure base. We have seen steady progress in our highways and infrastructure. This is something that is very, very credible. Things move very, very rapidly from place to place now. There is a government-led push towards production. There have been a lot of incentives. The PLI is a great boost towards manufacturing. There is a national infrastructure pipeline which certainly helps. The National Semiconductor Mission, which is helping. There is a lot of PLI in multiple sectors which has helped bring in manufacturing, which incentivizes the right sectors, including our own sector in the automotive sector, which has certainly benefited manufacturing. We have also a lot of GCCs which have started, which certainly help bring in the engineering talent which is necessary to bring in right competences for manufacturing. And certainly the right now the reforms in budget which are appropriate to push not just the consumption but also necessary reforms towards further liberalization in terms of customs and others to help manufacturing boost towards a better manufacturing economy towards the globally competitive manufacturing base India should be. So I believe we have all the ingredients in place for us to be ready for that, and I'm pretty positive that we will get to that as we go forward, and looking forward to continued investments in India, and let's continue to work in that direction. Thank you very much.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next speaker. I truly take the pleasure of requesting Sudeep Dalvi to please join me on the podium.
Okay, this is Sudeep Dalvi. I'm from Toyota Kirloskar Motor. And I think most of my co-panelists have already spoke, so probably it's easy for me to just summarize what we spoke. But since I represent the automotive sector, so I would like to talk more on the automobile sector and towards Make in India, what are the challenges and how we should prioritize and what is the way forward. Just to know, I think many of you might have seen this, but I just want to reiterate again. There's a clear goal as a Viksit Bharat, and which has been led by the government of India. And if you look at from 2014, It is started from like a Make in India, probably that's a way where how to create the job work in India, and that was the more important for us. It moves from the Make in India to Made in India, which brings innovation and the kind of manpower skill, etc. And then recent announcement last year, it was Design in India for the world. So you could look at the kind of trajectory, why the government is pushing this kind of drive every 5 years. And this drive is not only from the making us competitive, but also giving certain policies in terms of the incentives or skill, etc., so that we can really be in sustainable growth in India is going to happen. It's very important because this is what we call as a Amrut Kal, till 2047, and how we should really work. And this is something is a kind of guiding principle for us to make in India to realize. And I think many of my colleagues already explained, it's not only telling the target, telling the vision, but also it's been supporting in a various policy, whether it is a defense and space, economy and industry, particularly many Abhiyan, digital innovation, health and education, you name it. There are a lot many policies, a lot of many incentives, a lot many promotions. It's been very articulated. But it is not only the carrot, we also find some stick. There are certain regulations coming up, whether it is a QCO or the compliances, which make us to make sure that how can we add the value to the localization, and therefore it's very, very important. There is an action plan and there is a target has been set for us for the Make in India. When I look at, I think Venusan has specifically mentioned this matrix, but I just would like to say, where are we today? And what we need to achieve. Few examples just to put it here. If you look at the economy or industry, particularly GDP, today we are at around 3.7, probably the US dollar economy, and where we need to be 30 trillion economy, we have to have almost 8 to 10 times growth. So that is a very, among us, we have only 25 years to go, and that is the growth. If you look at the GDP per capita, today we hardly $2,700, but if you want to be a Viksit Bharat, I think we have to have almost 7 times more. And if we go all, whether it is infrastructure, energy sustainability, and defense spend and other area, you could very clearly say, where are we today and what we want to achieve to realize our vision of Viksit Bharat. And this is something important for all of us here to realize that Make in India is not so simple. There's a huge task and huge kind of accomplishment we have to do together, which require more than 7 to 8% growth from now onwards next 25 years. So that's the kind of skeleton, that's the framework, we need to work on that. When I look at from the manufacturing area, and this is something a GDP from the different segment, and today's topic we are a little bit more on the manufacturing area. Almost the 15% is the kind of the contribution of manufacturing area. And if you look at in manufacturing, and where I belong from the automotive sector, we cover the 50% of the manufacturing base. That means around 7 to 8% of the total GDP is being contributed by the automotive sector. And therefore, today's my discussion is more on the automotive sector, where all will can recognize what are the challenges and what's the way forward we need to look at. If you look at the current situation, if we want to be a Viksit Bharat, and this is what the target we come from the 2047, look at the today's Indian automotive market growth. Today almost 214.7. If you look at the China, I think my colleague Guru has already spoke about where is the China. This is almost 5 times more than us today. USA almost 15 million, more than 3 times. So that's the kind of game, or that's the kind of scale we need to expand for next 24 years. Just for some of the KPI, if I want to say that, look at the annual production today. We are all put together, two-wheeler, three-wheeler, almost 25 million. But we need to grow almost double. It's a 50 million vehicles with a 3 to 4% growth. That's the kind of scale. If you look at the EV penetration today, we are looking ourselves as a EV penetration almost 80%. That's our vision. But today we are just less than 5%. So that's the kind of scale is what we need to look at in the automotive sector for us to be in line with the what vision we are talking about 2047. So what is the challenge if you recognize in the automotive sector? As of course, there are certain things good as the economy. National highways are being growing up. If you look at today, there's almost 49% growth in 1 decade, if you look at the overall perspective. And there is a lot of network is getting better. It's a good for the infrastructure, it is good for logistic costs, it is good for the conveyance. But what is more bothering to us, if you look at the accident, and that's something is very bothering to us because we are into automotive sector, which is somehow other, we have been related to the fatal accident, which is very, very alarming. And therefore, it's become very, very uncertain for us that how we can able to make sure we grow, but in a very, very sustainable manner. And that's where the current challenge is. Of course, government is putting a lot of regulation in terms of the vehicle. There's a BN cap or self-driving, that is what we call as ADAS, autonomous, and a lot of. Today, if you look at the regulation of India, is almost in line with the global. And of course, because of the mostly on the safety and emission, because that's very important, because we can't have a business without taking care of the community in largest perspective. And this has increased the kind of the features or the equipment on the vehicle, and it of course increased the cost. That's very, very important. If you look at the India, till if you today, if you look at our energy import, almost everybody is aware that the total crude oil import is almost more than 70%. And overall, the trade deficit is the biggest kadai for us. So India cannot work on the single energy source. We have to be energy independent. Otherwise, our geopolitical relationship or that becomes another bottleneck. So India always work on the multi-pathway energy pathway. And that's for whether it is a biogas, ethanol, or the electrified vehicle, or even long term, you can say CBG, hydrogen, or methanol. It's going to be there. Because unless we make the multi-pathway, probably it's not easy for us to be energy independent. And therefore, it's very relevant. Not only energy independent, but also we need to look at the emission or the pollution. So it's become very important that the CAFE regulation, which is important for us to control the carbon neutrality. So almost all the technology will be more green, all the technology which is more being advanced. So that is what the requirement for us to be sustainable way to our growth in terms of the automotive sectors. Third point, as a commodity. If you look at the cars today, if 20 years back, I'll just give you an example, the electronics part of the car is hardly 10 to 15%. Today, as we move for the smart and smart developed vehicle, you could figure out more than 50% of the components are electronics or related to the digital. It's important that we are making more movable to the more green and more digital. But what is the reality today? If you look at the commodity wise, if any vehicle, there's always casting, forging, stamping, molding, resin. If we are okay, we are almost globally matching. We are almost there. And we will definitely be competitive globally. But the area of concern is electronics and digital. And I think yesterday also there was a lot of investment has been announced, a lot of semiconductors and the Foxconn, many are coming up because that is the need of the hour. Because unless we tackle or unless we become competitive on this commodity, I don't think India can have an edge over the world for not only domestic but also for the export. And that is something a kadai for us to look at, that how we can improve. These are the kind of value chain so that we can become competitive, and that is why Make in India has been relevant for the problem what we have been understanding today in the automotive sector. Just to give simple slide in the point, I think most of my colleagues have explained how to do, but I would say that there are three fundamental pillars. Of course, we need to boost manufacturing. When I say manufacturing, it is MSME. Because the core of the manufacturing, core of the cost, core of the competitiveness, core of the quality is come from the MSME. Because unless you improve the true localization, it is not a bringing tier 2, tier 3 parts from the import and then you do the assembly. But important is that how do you do the true localization? That means the MSMEs have become the base of base for making our strong kind of competitiveness. Second is green mobility. It's very, very important because it's not the kind of, because we also have challenge of being in carbon and sustainable society. So the green mobility is going to be a game plan. And therefore, how can we ensure not only green mobility, but also the manufacturing? Because circular economy has always been important because we just can't keep on consuming. We need to make a disposal, and therefore the circular economy is very important, and it's very important in manufacturing process. How can we have a sustainable kind of green mobility and green manufacturing? Workforce development, we need to match the skill. It is not a skill which we required earlier. How do you match the skill what is industry needs? So a lot of academia and the industry has to work together to develop the skill and make sure that we align to what we need for the business and what we need for the future mobility. Cost competitiveness, which is a base, we cannot be, because unless we become cost competitive, I think we cannot get opportunity for global. And as I explained to you, the cost competitiveness today, it is not just coming by manufacturing, but the innovation, That's very important. Today, India is not supposed to be taken as a localization only because of the cheap labor, but as the innovation and technology. So it's very important how do you invest for the R&D or for the technology is equally important to be remain the competitive. Infrastructure and logistics, I think many my colleague has explained, is a continuous. We have to improve unless we have better ecosystem. I think that cannot be avoided in that case. And of course, global expansion. Today, India has to pitch in. India has to be differentiator, and therefore, it's very, very important that how can we make the impression on the global footprint, and that becomes us the scale. And once we get the scale, I think competitiveness will get along with that. So these are some of the perspective I thought I should share here, and I think together we can really bring the difference. So thank you very much for your patient listening. Appreciate your thank you.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we should give a big round of applause for our dignitaries on stage. Thank you so much for such a wonderful session and for sharing all the valuable insights. Do we have any questions? In case any, can you please raise your hand up in the air? And we'll have the mics being passed. Could we have the mic, please?
Thank you. Hello. Thank you very much for the very informative presentations. I have two brief points to make. One, make in India and make for the world. Do you think that there should be a separate policy incentives package to be formulated by the government of India to encourage in more and more industries to ensure export promotion? And point number B, this is addressed to Mr. Arvind. I compliment you for setting up all your 3 units in North Karnataka, because the government of Karnataka has been all the time wanting industries to come and invest in North Karnataka. You have taken the lead, and compliments to you. What has been your total experience of operating in North Karnataka, and also especially a new and a novel thing like a toy center in Koppal? Nobody would ever think of that. And what are your future plans in the coming years? Thank you, sir.
From look, we need to, whenever you establish an industry, you need to look at the total addressable market. If you look at addressable market, many areas, India, at least the areas where we have touching, India is a very small percentage of the global market. Like toys, for example, it's a $80 billion global market. India is like $1.5 billion. Okay, so it's a very small. Aerospace, India is today about 3-4% of a global market, going to 10% when all the aircraft get delivered, but growing at 16% a year. So the markets are small. When markets are small, they grow faster also, and our own per capita income is increasing, growth is increasing. So we need to look from, it's not either domestic or export, it is more from the where the market is. Today it may be export, tomorrow it may be India. So we need to, our government policies are very complicated. We have SEZs, we have EOUs, we have DTA. It gets, if government can simplify this, give us more flexibility to do it, it will help for same business units to do both, and more capital. And ultimately, India is a capital, cost of capital is high. So we need to efficiently use capital to make sure we are successful and competitive globally when cost of capital is much lower in countries like China. So I think that is the important piece in terms of domestic versus exports, you know. So you have to be clear about where your initial market is and potentially where you can compete. If you can compete globally, you'll be in a good spot in the future and domestically compete also, possibly. Not necessarily, because domestic has its own nuances, but level playing field comes, you will be able to compete. Our experience in North Karnataka, look, government has been very supportive. And when I set up Belgaum SEZ 2009, nobody knew us. Okay, it didn't matter. So, I mean, most of our SEZs we acquire, parks, we acquired privately, the land developed and set up because we didn't want to deal with the government, because always it's a challenge. But over a period of time, we have seen, once we saw what we were doing, they've been very come and supported us very heavily. And when we set up Koppal Toy Cluster, they came up with an incentive package specifically for that. And we set up a Hubli cluster. They came up with, in fact, the government offered us a KIDB land and we acquired from them. They are made a lot more easier over a period of time. And they're also seeing these clusters are the way to answer competitiveness and bring a global competitiveness. Because we cannot be in isolation in some place. We have to be building an ecosystem and compete on a global platform. Okay? Then only we can bring more economic value to the state and the country and India.
If I make a comment on your first question, I think it's a very, very important thing in that. You know, unlike China, ours is a consumption-based economy. We are built over a period of time. That's a great thing in that, because whereas China is predominantly export-focused in that. The moment there is any problem, they have a problem. So that's a great thing in that, as my colleague talked about, is that, you know, we have a huge market available here, and the market is becoming bigger and bigger in many sectors as the disposable income is going up and the market is going up in that. What we need is, we need to have a policies which is suitable for the manufacturing sector as a whole. You are having a domestic market and you can also export it in that. So that should be the case. So far, whatever the production-linked incentive schemes, it needs to further enhance to many other sectors in that. This is how China has attracted this thing in that. What we need is a clusterization in that. Large companies are coming and putting up, but you know, if the small companies are not able to mobilize, we will not able to compete, because large companies, for example, Hitachi Energy, we are working with 2,000 MSMEs in this country. So they are all a backbone. If they are well and they are investing it and they are profitable, then for us it's easy in that. So that is the ecosystem we need to build. Clusterization, end-to-end, sub-assemblies or raw material availability is the need of the hour for the industry. Thank you.
Maybe one point to add, same to the first question. So most of the panelists here, including myself, and I can speak for medical technology, our industry has a scale benefit. In order to ensure that we are competitive globally, we need to get scale benefit fast. Now in China, they have a local market which is large enough, which affords them the scale, which allows them to be competitive outside. And so one of the best things that any government can do in India is to stimulate local demand, which allows us to gain scale. That's number one. Number two, oftentimes we are very dependent upon supplier ecosystem, which are making small components essentially. Now these players tend to be in the MSME sector, making sure that there are incentives and support infrastructure, including ease of doing business for the small entities, even some who might be from different countries who are able to relocate here. Helping with that will ensure that my component cost goes down, which makes me competitive for export as well. So I would say that that's the way, in general, the answer would be in terms of what the support will be required.
Also, I think what's worthwhile remembering is the fact that over the last 20 years, there was a phase of globalization, which is at a point of introspection today. Whether that phase should continue as it did over the last 20 years, or should it undergo a change? Because all countries today are re-evaluating that phase of globalization, and that's where you start to see tariffs, for example, what the US is doing, or barriers in other forms from different countries, or blocking of exports from China by different countries. So this is something that's happening in different parts of the world. So there is now a phase of more and more regionalization rather than globalization that used to happen over the last 20 years. So the economic time is up, so they've cut it off. So the 20-year order, the last 25 years of how the economy moved is undergoing a review. In a way, it's being re-looked. And we'll also have to go with the times and see how to do what is more appropriate. There are also WTO controls on what you can incentivize, what you can do. And if you just throw money at sectors and incentivize, give subsidies, other countries will come and say, okay, you're doing the wrong thing. So I think the government is doing a fair thing we'll have to wait and watch.
Well, with that, thank you so much, dignitaries on dais. Due to time constraint, we'll not be able to take any further questions. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to give a big round of applause to our dignitaries on dais. Thank you so much for your valuable time. We would like to hand over a memento. I would request our team to kindly please join us on stage and hand over a memento to all our dignitaries. Well, we wholeheartedly would like to once again extend our heartfelt thanks to all our dignitaries right here on dais for a wonderful session and wonderful key takeaways that everyone had from this session. Well, let's capture a wonderful moment again to bring an end to this wonderful session. Well, with that, just a quick reminder to everyone, we'll be starting our next session right here at 4:15, while simultaneously we have a session on the future of skilling, driving academia, industry and government collaboration happening at Hall B. So the session has already begun. In case you wish to attend the session, you can proceed to Hall B, while we'll be starting here at sharp 4:15 with our next session. With that, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. See you all at 4:15.